Part 26. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 251. Suburban Area, Villa. The white wooden villa is hidden in the forest, with green vines climbing up the walls, which contrasts with the surrounding trees and returns to the lush natural mood. In the distance, the Sino River is flowing. In the near view, there are several rattan tables and chairs placed in the green courtyard. In the spare time, you can enjoy tea and read. The pool next to it is clear and a few fish are playing in it. The pool reflects the blue sky and white clouds and the surrounding green mountains. It is as beautiful as a painting, which makes people relax and is very suitable for the injured who are recuperating. W omega omega TTKN degrees Celsius O. For example, Wayne. He lay on the rattan chair and groaned, "Veronica, my chest hurts so much. Maybe the injury has recurred. You help me rub it, and it won't hurt if you rub it. It's okay not to rub it, just lean on your knees." Veronica rolled her eyes. These days, the social scum asked her to take care of her in the name of being injured, and the beautiful name is to prevent her from being exposed. Acting should be done in full. She thought it made sense, and patiently took care of her good brother, but who knew that this guy would go too far, not only feeding him, but also helping him to go to the toilet. He has been making trouble again in the past 2 days, shouting to improve the quality of life, and the orange juice must not only be freshly squeezed, but also imported. Shameless, why don't you just die? The result is predictable. Every time Wayne makes trouble, he gets punched, and he gets new injuries during his recovery. Until now, there is no improvement at all. Because his injury was too serious, he took the initiative to withdraw from the selection of the saint, and Veronica followed him to withdraw in the name of taking care of her brother. Senna was furious, but she couldn't find a reason to blame Veronica. She knew in her heart that the main reason for Veronica's withdrawal was not Wayne, but the sudden attack of the two killers broke the filter of faith and exposed the true face of the church's top leaders. Veronica lost her heart and lost the motivation to run for the saint, so she simply withdrew from the competition with Wayne. Whether Wayne can become a natural knight is a matter of debate, 50-50, 50-50. Veronica's high-quality stock abstention disrupted Senna's subsequent arrangements, and the previous investments became a waste. 20 years ago, Sci-fi cheated Senna once and gave birth to a daughter. 20 years later, she cheated Senna again. It can be said that this moment is just like that moment. 20 years ago, Senna was angry and directly cut off contact with Sci-fi. Today, 20 years later, she is trying to make Veronica happy against her conscience, saying that the saint is not worthy of Veronica, so it doesn't matter if she is not. The reason is that Veronica's trash can is better than Sci-fi's trash can. Senna didn't know that the Landau brothers and sisters were only one step away from the orthopedic hospital. She only knew that Wayne didn't care whether his biological father was dead or alive, and he was particularly concerned about his stepmother and sister. If Veronica was happy, Wayne would be happy. Cheer. Must cheer. Senna gnashed her teeth and coaxed the siblings, while she was arguing with the Pope and the great prophet in a rage. Some people were arguing, some were watching, and the entire high-level natural church was in chaos. Because of the quarrel, no one paid attention to the saint's election ceremony, and the arrangement of the third round of the game was forced to be postponed. It has been more than a week since Virgil and Circe attacked Wayne. In order to prevent there are still assassins and to prevent the great prophet from turning into a monkey and quibbling, Senna moved the Landau siblings to her own residence and relied on the legendary wizard's defense fortress for personal protection. She can rush to any uninvited intruders at the first time. These days, in addition to chasing monkeys, she spent the rest of her time in the church headquarters endlessly, which made the Pope and the great prophet exhausted. It wouldn't be such a big battle if Senna was alone. She found a strong foreign aide, Gavin, the deputy leader of the Natural Knights. Gavin has always been as rotten as a salted fish, smoking, drinking, playing cards, never expressing opinions in meetings, and only working hard to train members of the Knights. His reputation is terrible. Gavin's rottenness is a kind of helplessness. He can't change the corrupt senior management, and he doesn't want to be changed by the environment. Gradually, he has become this unruly appearance. This time he didn't play, Wayne was assassinated, and the murderer almost succeeded. Gavin agreed to team up with Senna, and the two joined forces to put pressure on the senior management. The murderer must be handed over. The murderer is Virgil and Suri. The two failed to kill him and their whereabouts are still unknown. Gavin knows very well that Virgil and Suri made a big mistake because of jealousy. The two are murderers but not the masterminds. If no one helps secretly, the two cannot interfere with the sane selection event and transfer Wayne to another space. The great prophet did not get Wayne, and lost 2 students in vain. Even his reputation is stinking. The 3 consecutive defeats cannot be the mastermind. Senna might have a chance, she didn't lose anything and even got a chance to attack, but Wayne was related to her future and was more important than the saint, so she didn't dare to do it. Among the remaining senior executives, only the Pope was the most suspicious. The great prophet said that before the incident, Virgil and Circe received a letter. In order to prevent students from being used by others, the great prophet issued a house arrest order to the two, prohibiting them from going out during the saint selection. The letter means first-hand intelligence, and the scope of suspects is narrowed. The mastermind participated in the first saint candidate assessment and watched the nightmare corridor and the performance of the great prophet at that time. The map of the Sky City, the deliberately arranged opponents, Virgil and Circe's free entry and exit, changing the target of the teleportation array, etc. The Pope, who holds great power, meets all the conditions. Other senior executives can only do one of them, but cannot take care of all. And the Pope has a motive. No matter how you look at it, all the clues point to him. The Pope was not convinced because all the evidence pointed to him. He was the biggest loser, so he was not the mastermind. The Pope spoke fiercely, from refusing to admit it at the beginning to admitting it a little later, insisting that the people below acted on their own and misunderstood his meaning. In fact, he was very optimistic about Wayne. Seeing that the Pope could not justify himself and his defense was pale and weak, Gavin could not help but be suspicious. Indeed, it was too deliberate. All the spearheads pointed to the Pope, as if someone was hiding in the dark to frame the Pope. The Pope put himself on the grill and put the knife in Senna's hand with his own hands. The loss was no less than that of the great prophet. It was not like his previous style of doing things. After thinking for a moment, Gavin still doubted the Pope. The Pope's current dilemma seemed embarrassing, but it was based on the result of the failed assassination. If Virgil and Suri successfully killed Wayne, Senna and Tubby would have nothing, and the two of them would not be able to make a name for themselves if they joined forces. Even if he made a name for himself and expanded his power, the Pope still made a profit. The Pope had a headache. In order to prove his innocence, he asked Gavin and Senna to form an investigation team. It really wasn't him. If you don't believe it, just investigate further. Of course, it is limited to the real murderer who assassinated Wayne. You can't investigate everything. Those who understand will understand. What if something is found out? Mist-hidden forest. Darkness and death are intertwined, and the ghostly air is spooky. 2 figures knelt weakly on the ground, with red light shining around them, peeling off their bodies bit by bit. Every time the red light dissipated, the vitality of the 2 people was weakened. Odelia. Regina. Opposite the 2, a robed figure held a ruby in his hand. The ruby was forged by something unknown, and golden red liquid flowed inside, like blood, filled with surging life breath. The blood of the phoenix. The world in front of Regina gradually darkened, and the cold death aura attacked her heart. She slowly leaned back against the tree behind her, so weak that she could hardly move a finger. She glanced at Odelia, who had the same experience, and a smile appeared on her lips. If Odelia had not replaced her, she and her sister would have died today. It's good, at least one of the sisters is still alive. But it's so unpleasant. Why did it become like this? Why did she have to die, and after death, she had to bear the crime of fleeing for fear of crime? Odelia stared at the woman holding the ruby in a daze. She was powerless and unwilling to resist. The pain was like a surging torrent, pressing her to breathe. Teacher, why? The robed figure holding the ruby's hand trembled slightly. She had changed her mental appearance and disguised herself as another person, but she was still discovered by the student. Looking at the student's pale face and the sad eyes under the frame, Flora's heart twitched. This is the child she has raised since childhood. Although she has always regarded him as a tool and has been strict in discipline without mercy, it is impossible for people to have no feelings at all. She said in a hoarse voice, "The Pope has been in trouble these 2 days. In order to prevent the investigation team from catching him, you must disappear for a while. You will no longer be a disciple of the Church. Everything is your own fault. Reasoning can be bold, but conviction must be careful. Reasoning without evidence cannot be used as evidence in court." The Pope did not want to admit that he arranged Odelia and Regina to stop Wayne, so he asked Flora to deal with the aftermath and let the two insiders take the initiative to take responsibility and disappear for a while. Disappearing does not mean leaving Osteria, which is too naive. Disappearing means leaving the God-chosen continent, disappearing in the physical sense. Bar Book 69 New. By the way, take back the blood of the phoenix in order to train the next candidate for the saint. The Pope gave Flora a chance to prove her loyalty, work hard with her feet on the ground, and stop dreaming all day long. What is given to you is yours. If you don't give it to you, there must be a reason for not giving it to you. You can't snatch it. The Pope admires Flora's ambition. It's a good thing for people to have desires. He also believes that Flora will figure it out. After wandering outside for a while, she realized that it's not easy to start a business and has learned to hide her ambitions. The top management has monopolized all power. Power can only be inherited. There is no possibility of seizing power by setting up a business on your own. Work hard. You will definitely have a place in the future Oracle High Priest, and it's not impossible to succeed the Pope. Pope, Flora, you see this cake is big and round, why don't you try it? Flora tasted it, it was dry, hard, bitter and hard to swallow. Looking at the students whose vitality was gradually fading, a hatred rose in her eyes. She hated this church. She hated the goddess who was high above, hated the Pope who asked her to kill the students with her own hands, hated Sci-fi who opposed her, and hated Wayne who jumped out of nowhere. At the same time, she also hated herself and the students with limited talents. After an unknown amount of time, Flora held the cold ruby in her hand. In front of her were two equally cold corpses. She suddenly raised her hand after sensing the resentment in the air. She paused for a moment and then put it down. She waved her hand and cast a spell, sinking the two corpses into the earth. The cold wind whistled past, as if she could hear the shrill curses of the resentful spirits. 2 new resentful spirits have been added to the mist-hidden forest. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be more in the future. Flora walked away with heavy steps, guessing that these resentful spirits were not wiped out on the spot, and the situation was probably similar to her and Odelia. What a irony! My chest hurts so much. Wayne was lying on the wicker chair, rubbing his chest, and said resentfully to Veronica, who was reading next to him, "My brother tried his best to protect his sister and almost died. As a result, my sister ignored him while he was recuperating, and continued to read while reading. While humming. Veronica, I don't have a sister like you. Well, I don't have a brother like you either." Veronica turned over the pages of the book and said ruthlessly, "Stop humming. I'm restless all day long. My chest starts to hurt from the noise. Then let me rub it for you. Haha, just rub your own. Let's swap. If people see you rubbing yours, they will think we are perverts, Wayne suggested with a serious face. Veronica. No, no one can come in here except Senna. In Senna's eyes, we are half brothers and sisters. Whether we rub our own or exchange rubs, we can only get perverted comments. Wayne, how are you recovering from your injuries? Senna came to the garden and saw Wayne lying on a chair humming alone. Veronica was reading a book beside her. She couldn't help but said, Veronica, I asked you to take care of Wayne, why are you disobedient? He is your brother. Teacher Senna, I just sat down. Veronica sighed, as if she was truly aggrieved. When I'm alone with Wayne recently, I'm very good at lying, and there's no trace of acting at all. Senna believed it to be true. The relationship between the two siblings was so close that they were used to hugging each other. God knows how Veronica took care of Wayne when she was not present. Sooner or later it will go bad. Thinking of this, Senna couldn't help but become a little suspicious. What was the real reason why Veronica quit the selection of the saint? Was she to be Wayne's bride? As expected of Hefei's daughter, she is even more crazy when she mixes in Austin's bloodline. Teacher Senna, I have grown up to be healthy. My body is fine, but my thinking is still a little slow. Wayne sat up from the wicker chair and patted his chest to show that he was healthy. Without taking 2 shots, he started coughing again and again. Veronica turned her head and didn't look. Senna hurriedly stepped forward and raised her hand to gently caress Wayne's back. After some examination, it was confirmed that Wayne's body had completely recovered and he would be able to be active now in less than 2 days. The coughing was probably a pretense, deliberately teasing Veronica, a little game between brother and sister. Why is there such unhealthy play between siblings? Senna shook her head secretly, because Veronica withdrew from the selection, and she was too lazy to persuade the two of them to behave as they please. Anyway, the natural knight did not have a strict requirement of purity. Teacher Senna, how's the investigation going? Have you found the real culprit? Wayne coughed twice more. With my efforts, the Pope gave in and allowed Deputy Chief Gavin and I to set up an investigation team. But after so many days of delay, the evidence may have been cleared away. Senna's face was gloomy, and then she added, Tubi is also within the scope of the investigation. Several monkeys have appeared nearby in the past few days. He is monitoring you. Remember not to give him a chance to make excuses. The whereabouts of Virgil and Circe who attacked you are currently unknown. Tubi should have moved them. The Pope is also very likely. Their presence at the selection site is the best evidence. Only the Pope can do this. Everything. There are also 2 candidates for sainthood, Odelia and Regina from the Prussian division. They were arranged by the Pope to abscond in fear of crime and were buried at the foot of an unknown mountain. Senna sneered again and again, instilling in Wayne that the great prophet and the Pope were not human beings. In comparison, she was simply a saint who only cared about Wayne. Teacher Senna, thank you for your hard work. Wayne had a sigh on his face. You must have been under a lot of pressure these days as you have been so busy and protected Veronica and I. To be honest, I didn't like you very much before, but I'm much better now. Good boy, you are Sci-fi's student. We are a family. If I don't help you, who will help you? Senna was overjoyed. Regardless of whether Wayne was polite or not, she just thought that settling the old feud was a good start. Veronica lowered her head to read, listening to Wayne's tricks to deceive women, memorizing the routine in her mind. To prevent yourself from being fooled, be wary of Wayne's use on other girls. If you find any signs of it, give him a direct warning with Dragon Fist. By the way, Teacher Senna, the 2 candidates for the Prussian division, are they really missing, or are they disappeared? Wayne's heart beat a little faster. I don't know. Anyway, I haven't found him. Senna said it over, and then said, Tube students assassinated you. He did not discipline you well. The suspicion of the mastermind is high. I do not rule out the possibility of joining forces with the Pope. I am worried that you will become a natural knight. I will push the two students away first, come out and kill you, and then kidnap you to become the successor of the great prophet. Senna continued to indoctrinate, but Wayne didn't listen and silently prayed for Odelia not to disappear. At the same age, if you don't meet a vigorous scumbag, your life will not be complete. I don't think she will be missing. Flora has trained students for many years, the cost is impressive, and she has put so much effort into it. She will definitely find a way to keep her students. No big deal. Wayne, I came to see you today for something very important. Senna stopped splashing water, pressed Wayne's shoulders with both hands, and said solemnly, Deputy Leader Gavin gave me an answer. Mr. Mullah, the natural knight, will return to the church headquarters soon. Mr. Mullah still has a mission. I won't stay long. I want to see you during this period, so we have to make preparations in advance. Dragon blood? Wayne nodded, having already prepared a plan to plunder the dragon's blood. Come and eat as much as you like, divide it into 2 portions, and give one to Austin when you go back. Everyone in the Landau family will make money, it's perfect. As for Senna, Wayne could only say sorry. He forgot to mention before that his physique was not suitable for dragon blood and he could only be a knight in this life. I think Senna has a great heart and will definitely forgive him. Teacher Senna, I'm ready. When will it start? Wayne's expression became solemn. If possible, the sooner the better. The natural knight will come back at any time. I will also take some time to become familiar with the dragon's blood to increase the possibility of becoming the god's chosen knight. I have prepared the dragon blood ceremony and can start it at any time, Senna said with squinted eyes. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. If Wayne had not been injured, the blood exchange ceremony would have ended long ago. Can you do it today? You can start now, but your injury. I'm already fine. Wayne patted his chest and stopped coughing this time. Senna nodded with satisfaction and rejected Veronica's offer to help. You have dragon blood in your body, so you cannot appear at the dragon blood ceremony, otherwise your blood will be taken away by Wayne. I am enough. After saying that, he closed his eyes and opened the dark realm, leading Wayne into another space opposite the villa garden. Before leaving, Wayne gave Veronica a look that said there was nothing to worry about, everything was under control. No matter what evil Senna had done before, meeting him was like paying it off. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 252. The Dark Realm is just called darkness, named after the image of darkness, and has nothing to do with the belief of the dark goddess. When a magician reaches the golden triangle level, his mind will undergo a qualitative change. At this time, the golden mage is an independent entity, which can not only open the life boundary to reject knowledge, but also reshape space with a huge mind. Wayne has seen Philomena's dark realm and often walks around, so he is not unfamiliar with the surrounding environment. The difference is that Wayne trusts Philomena very much, but he trusts Senna. Don't think that Senna is his teacher's teacher. If you really want to talk about trust, Senna can hardly carry Philomena's shoes. In the center of the dark realm, there is a white palace similar to a sacrificial belief. On the pillars in front of the hall, there are many flying dragons carved. They are all giant dragons but have different shapes, indicating that there are many branches of giant dragons, and they themselves have complex evolutionary possibilities. Teacher Senna, what do these statues mean? It's related to the dragon blood curse, Senna replied lightly, quickening her pace and leading Wayne to the hall. Can you elaborate? Not yet. Teacher Senna, sincerity can be exchanged for sincerity. Try it. Now tell me how to solve the dragon blood curse. I will respect you like a teacher, Wayne said. If possible, he really didn't want to touch the big treasure of the natural night. God knows whether the goddess of nature will be touched out. Wayne, I really want to believe you, but I have seen too many people and I don't believe in the so-called sincerity anymore. Senna didn't even turn her head. It hurts to say this, but it's all true. It's better than deceiving each other. In a sense, this is my sincerity. So reasonable. Not believing in anything is not a kind of trust. Wayne couldn't refute it. After failing in his attempt, he had to follow Senna into the hall. There was no light in the hall, but there was a brilliant light illuminating all directions, as if there was an induction lamp installed. Every step Senna took, the hall in front of her would light up. Wayne looked around. The interior of the hall was very large, much more spacious than the exterior. Countless pillars supported the dome, carved with different dragon blood creation patterns. On the edge, there were some strange-looking animals, which had no blood relationship with the dragons. Understandably, chickens and Tyrannosaurus rex did not look alike, but it did not affect their being relatives. As he walked forward, the patterns carved on the pillars gradually turned into sub-dragon species, covering many branches, flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in the water, almost catching the entire ecosystem. Wayne guessed that the pillars in the central area were carved with dragons with the purest blood, and asked curiously, "Teacher Senna, there are no dragons on the chosen continent. Where do all these dragon-related creatures live?" "The kingdom of dragons." Senna was concise and to the point. Seeing that Wayne was quite curious, she explained, "Powerful adult dragons can build their own kingdoms and create new dragon species with their own blood. As the blood reproduces and alternates, more and more dragon species are spread across the kingdom of dragons. The dragons have power comparable to that of gods, not just talk." "The kingdom of God?" Wayne was even more curious and asked, "As far as I know, gods are omnipotent in their own kingdoms. Dragons are dragon gods in the kingdom of dragons. How can they die? Where does dragon blood come from? Comparable to gods but not real gods." "Got it? This god can be the father of heaven, the goddess of nature, death, etc., or a subordinate god such as an agent, the seven devils of hell, or the angels who control the golden rule." Wayne nodded secretly and re-evaluated the strength of Valkyrie at her peak. 9 Sun Knights rushed into the kingdom of dragons, destroyed the kingdom of God and established a heart-to-heart relationship with the dragon. The difficulty was no less than. Wayne's vision was limited. He could not think of anything no less than that. He only knew that it was amazing and looked very powerful. 9 little brothers were so powerful. How strong must the sun goddess be? How many of the 9 knights are still alive? What level are the sun knights walking in the world? Wayne made a comprehensive evaluation. The fake Dark Knight Austin must be the last of the God-chosen knights. The Headless Knight might be very strong at his peak. The Death Knight he transformed into was the same as Austin. Austin was half a caddy, and he was 8 tails. Senna stopped and stood in front of the altar of the dragon blood ceremony. At the 4 corners of this hall, there stood 4 huge white pillars, which were not carved with exquisite dragon patterns. They represented the 4 elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. The 4 pillars supported the roof of the hall. The 4 elements symbolized the foundation for building the world. The altar was made of the same white stone, carved with gorgeous patterns and some words that Wayne had never seen before, perhaps the legendary dragon language. Wayne tried to interpret it with the Book of Greed, but to no avail. The Book of Greed poked its head out and looked at an abandoned altar. The aroma of food had long since dissipated, and now it was just a pile of broken stones. A white stone book was placed above the altar. Senna explained that this was a magic book written in dragon language, which recorded infinite power and wisdom, symbolizing the miracle and infinite possibilities of life. Because the dragon who wrote the book died, it could no longer be opened. As time passed, the divine power was exhausted, and the magic book petrified into a historical symbol, proving that such a dragon once existed. Senna's heavy tone seemed to be visiting a grave, and at first glance, it was a little sad. The magic power around her spread out, and the altar ceremony began. Behind the two, white light bloomed on the ground in all directions. After the light faded, a mud pit with a length and width of 30 meters and a depth of about 5 meters was revealed. Wayne looked down at the pit, and at the bottom of the pit there was a thick layer of black and sticky dirt, which looked like a swimming pool that had been abandoned for many years. No, a depth of 5 meters is deep water for humans, but for a giant dragon that can easily reach 100 meters, it is too shallow to be used as a wash basin. Could this thing be a toilet for the giant dragon? The dark black mud inside is Long Xiang. This is the altar for the evolution of dragon blood. The dragon blood has dried up and lost its vitality. Only by stimulating it with dragon blood can it awaken its vitality. Senna glanced at Wayne. Take off your clothes and jump in. Ah, this. Wayne hesitated slightly. It doesn't matter. I'm your teacher's teacher. Don't be shy in front of me. No, I don't want to jump into the pit. Wayne explained in his heart. Even if Senna explained clearly that it was not a pit below, he still felt very disgusted because of his rich imagination. He gritted his teeth and began to take off his clothes. Senna looked forward, not very interested in the naked Wayne, who did not put on a shy face, and jumped into the swimming pool with his vitals covered. Teacher Senna, I'm fine. Wayne stood in the mud. The dried dragon blood still had a temperature similar to that of a normal person. He closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment. The dragon blood around him had no vitality, and it was clear that it had been dead for many years. He was confused, remembering that Senna had said that the dragon blood came from the kingdom of God and was a gift from the goddess. How to explain this altar now? Is it also a gift from the goddess? Behind him, a soft voice fell, and the fragrant wind blew, making Wayne frown. Senna crossed the safe distance, which made him feel uncomfortable, and he subconsciously took a step forward. Looking back, Senna stood half of her body in the dragon blood black mud. Her upper body skin was as white as snow, and her light golden wavy long hair was tied up. The skin of the slender neck is delicate, the lines are smooth and soft, and the clavicle is clear and elegant, like a carefully carved work of art, with a white light spreading out, directly showing the soft charm of the female body. Going down, one hand covers the vital parts of the chest, which also has a deep and mysterious charm. Wayne subconsciously widened his eyes, and noticed the teasing sight coming, but pretended not to notice it, standing there like a wooden chicken, and turned his head stiffly after 10 seconds. No wonder Veronica was not allowed to help. The scene was indeed very restrictive, not suitable for innocent female college students. Why, don't you want to watch it? Ah, can you continue to watch it? Senna was speechless after hearing this, and admitted that the Pope's evaluation was fair, and this kid really didn't have much chivalry. Fortunately, the problem is not big. The standard for measuring knights has never been chivalry, talent is the first choice. Teacher Senna, can you stand in front of me? Wayne said awkwardly, don't get me wrong, I don't mean to offend, I just feel uncomfortable. It's like when someone stands behind you when you pee, you will be nervous and can't pee. Do you understand what I mean? I don't understand. Peeing is not allowed here either. Senna was too lazy to say anything more to Wayne, stepped forward, pressed Wayne's shoulders with both hands, and asked him to relax and not tense his muscles. Senna pressed Wayne to squat in the mud, eyes closed, emitting the breath of dragon blood. This is not the first time she has helped people transform their blood. She had experience with Sci-fi before, so she can barely be considered an old hand. In response to the call of Senna's blood, the dark mud gradually heated up, and the dragon blood awakened its former vitality. Under Wayne's outsider's gaze, it became transparent little by little. It's not Long Xiang, but the possibility of dragon urine cannot be ruled out. The dragon blood warmed up, the color was transparent, and the pure white was not like blood. Around Wayne, the sense of restraint of the swamp mud dissipated, and bathing in the pure water felt steaming as if he was taking a hot spring bath. Senna closed her eyes, her long hair was wet with sweat, and her body fragrance became stronger. Even though Wayne couldn't see her, he felt that she was extremely attractive at this moment. Wayne frowned. He had seen similar feelings on Succubus. The elves he transformed into also had the same charm, more or less. He guessed that higher life forms were like this, and Senna, who had dragon blood, was no exception. Gradually, the hot spring was shrouded in mist, and it was pitch dark. Senna pressed Wayne's head and pushed his whole body into the water. The latter held his breath through his mouth and nose, opened his eyes underwater, and saw a series of complex magic circles at the bottom of the swimming pool. Due to the angle, Wayne couldn't see the specific form of the magic circle. He could only see the dragon blood text at his feet. He lowered his head to study for a while, and turned around. He didn't turn around, and Senna pressed his head and didn't allow him to look back. Wayne secretly thought that it was bad luck and he was wronged. He didn't want to see Senna, but to study dragon language. By the way, does Senna know dragon language? Can you teach him? Senna pressed Wayne's head, closed her eyes and muttered something, speaking obscure dragon language, and sweat on her forehead became more and more. The next second, she opened her eyes, and her vertical golden eyes looked majestic. As a faint pressure spread, the dragon blood in the altar suddenly boiled. The dragon blood that had long lost its vitality was forcibly activated, and it did not have the possibility of life evolution. It needed magic circle purification to squeeze out a little valuable dragon blood. The amount of dragon blood is limited, and the more it is squeezed, the thinner it becomes. Senna estimated that after this time, the altar will most likely be scrapped and there will be no possibility of squeezing. Wayne fluttered in the water, holding his breath to the limit. If he was not released, he might have to drink bath water. Senna secretly said that it was troublesome and allowed Wayne to expose his head for breathing. At the same time, she said, the dragon blood has been activated. Every step next is very important. Let go of your thoughts and don't resist. I will guide the dragon blood into your body. This process will be painful, be patient. Wayne lay in the water with his head up, not seeing Senna's face. Just as he was about to say something, he was pushed back into the water. A little bit of golden silk thread gathered from all directions and sank into Senna's body. She gritted her teeth and held back her cry of pain, transferring the hard-earned dragon blood to Wayne. This altar was built for my own people, to reward my own blood descendants, so that they can have further possibilities. You don't have dragon blood in your body. Forced conversion will only burn your body to ashes. Don't resist my thoughts. I will guide the dragon blood to recast your blood for you. She told the story as simply as possible, suppressing the pain, and spoke in a discontinuous manner. Standing outside the pool, the mist was hazy and nothing could be seen. All I could hear was Wayne's splashing water and his whispered confession of pain. Not very serious, it felt weird. Wayne sensed the dragon blood approaching him, and there was another huge thought staring at him, and he instinctively wanted to refuse. You chose the elves in your evolutionary path. The transformation process will only be more painful. Accept my thoughts, hurry up, don't hesitate. You didn't say it earlier, but you had to drag it until now. Wayne curled his lips and accepted the thoughts and dragon blood entering his body together. The golden bloodline drilled into the skin, entered the blood vessels and went straight to the heart. The Book of Greed stretched out its legs to kick people. It didn't look at its level and came to exchange blood. Don't worry, let it change, it can't change anyway. Wayne suppressed the Book of Greed and waited a little longer. He was determined to drink this mouthful of dragon blood today. More and more dragon blood entered Wayne's body, occupying the heart position, trying to change this body from the source. The effect was very general. Senna put all her strength into it, but she couldn't shake it at all. Thinking of Wayne's perfect elf form, she secretly said it was troublesome and tried her best to search for more dragon blood. At the same time, Senna's thoughts entered Wayne's body. One of them reshaped the blood with the dragon blood, and the other was dormant in secret, waiting for the moment when Wayne was in extreme pain and lost consciousness, and buried a primer in his mind. The clothes have been taken off, so it is impossible not to get any benefits. Dragon blood is a gift from Senna to Wayne, which makes his talent stronger and wins the favor of the goddess. The trigger of thought is the guarantee she left for herself, so that Wayne will not turn his face against her after the success. Wayne noticed this thought and expressed his understanding. It is normal for him, a social scum, not to trust him. He must have a backup plan. It is just like Veronica. The fool husband has been fooled many times and has not learned to make him sign a contract. Just thinking about it, this thought sneaked in and tried to mix into his mind. It looks very much like the contract he signed with Mona. Wayne. Okay, this is how to play it, right? Senna's thought is too powerful. No matter whether it is yin or yang, Wayne can't compete. The thought goes away and hides in the book of greed, leaving the fresh flesh to Senna to deal with. Take your time, don't rush. If Senna has the ability to turn him into a dragon, he will be convinced and kowtow to her. Senna's two thoughts made no progress. The former could not use dragon blood to reshape Wayne's heart, and the latter could not find Wayne's thoughts. She tried her best to draw dragon blood, but it was useless even if she emptied the entire altar. In addition, Wayne's thoughts were nowhere to be found, and she was very anxious for a while. At this point, Senna had no reason to give up. Seeing that Wayne had noticed her intention, she simply stopped acting. A golden light spread out from her brows, and a wisp of bright red flowed down. She grabbed Wayne's hot body, brow to brow, and wrapped her blood with her thoughts, forcibly injecting it into Wayne's body. The evolutionary path of the perfect elf was more difficult to dismantle than she imagined, and reconstruction was probably more complicated. More importantly, she couldn't find Wayne's thoughts, as if she had left this body. A few more minutes passed, and Senna was almost crazy. She was tired of playing hide and seek with Wayne, so she decided to do it once and for all. She suddenly opened her vertical golden pupils and cast dragon language magic with her own blood. Around the altar, the pillars representing earth, fire, water, and wind shone with light. The dragon blood in Senna's body became purer, and she was judged to be the master of the altar. Her mind grew infinitely in the amplification, forcibly changing Wayne's physical features. White scales slowly emerged on Wayne's body, and the beating heart turned golden. Senna wandered around Wayne's body for a long time, checking every corner, and finally found the hiding place of his mind. Good boy, don't resist, I just leave something for you, this is the basis of our mutual trust. Senna closed her eyes, twisted her mind into a line, and slammed into it. Boom. Senna saw a dark starry sky, a dead universe, and the four elements of earth, fire, water, and wind were scattered in every corner of the universe, trying to awaken this world that had been sleeping for many years. Among them, the fire element was the most active and the concentration was the most exaggerated. Senna looked at the scene in disbelief. At a certain moment, she almost thought she had stepped into the door of truth. She was shocked by the exaggerated reserves of the four elements in Wayne's body, and even more surprised that there was such a world in Wayne's body. Referring to the realm of magicians, Senna believed that this universe was the newly built kingdom of God, but Wayne himself did not have this realm and could not build his own kingdom of God. In addition, where is the mind hidden? Hiss. There was a sound of flesh and blood wriggling above, and Senna's mind sensed it and saw an extremely huge magic eye. The eyeball grew in the universe, and disappeared when it blinked, and became the center of the entire universe when it opened its eyes. Chaotic whispers spread from it, telling Senna's mind about the emptiness and helplessness of this universe. Senna ran away decisively in shock, her mind split into several parts, looking for possible exits around her. Tentacles stretched out from the universe, entangled the fleeing minds, and pieced them together again, placing them in front of the big eyeball, feeling the emptiness of the universe up close. Ah! In the swimming pool, Senna's body gradually expanded, with fine white scales attached to her body, gradually turning into a half-dragon form. She owned this altar, obtained a lot of dragon blood, and her own blood was pure. She far surpassed Sci-fi and Veronica on the road of evolution. Her transformation was far more than just a half-dragon. But now, this process of resistance was interrupted. Wayne was wrapped around Senna, and the pale tentacles tightened the white body. Large pieces of white foam poured into her mouth, nose, ears, and eyes, especially the part between her eyebrows, where the white foam was injected at a speed visible to the naked eye. Let go of your mind, don't resist. I will grant you evolution, so that you can see a wider world. The chaotic whispers tortured Senna's mind, deprived her of control over her body, and confined her remaining mind in a small corner. In the darkness, the boundless white turned into a huge wave, rushing to drown Senna, who had nowhere to escape. Senna resisted angrily and transformed into a dragon for the final battle. After an unknown amount of time, she realized that her fate was doomed, and chose to self-destruct her mind and perish together. In the darkness, a firework bloomed brilliantly. Tentacles stretched out, accompanied by a murmur of pity, pieced together the sparse fireworks, and then dragged Senna, who was pale, into the white ocean. The whispers squirmed, and her world was left with only boundless paleness, from mind to body, all turned pale. Cough, cough, cough. Senna stood in the middle of the pool, looking around with horror. The altar was still the same altar, and Wayne, who frightened her, disappeared. The cold pool water no longer had the dragon blood activity. Senna looked up and jumped to the ground. She saw Wayne sitting on the altar, with a well-behaved and honest face. Senna, you're awake. How do you feel? Are you disgusting? It was more than disgusting, she almost vomited. Senna's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She took a step forward, her stomach was churning, her limbs were weak and she knelt down, her hands supported the ground, and she spit out white foam. After the white foam landed, it crawled and gathered into several tentacles, wrapped around Senna's hands, and merged into her skin and flesh under her horrified gaze. She was no longer a pure dragon. You. What did you do to me? You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 253. What did you do to me? Senna raised her hands tremblingly, her face pale as paper, without a trace of blood. The body was still the same body, the blood was still the same blood, but she could feel that she was no longer pure. Wayne had changed her mind and body. A gift of mutual trust. Wayne's mouth curled up, he had given this gift before, and the recipient was Philomena. Unlike deliberately transforming Senna, Wayne's contamination of Philomena was an unintentional mistake. When he noticed that something was wrong, he immediately stopped. This gift made Philomena's golden triangle more balanced, and washed away the gray filth in her body, allowing her mind to remain efficient and rational, and her magic was almost flawless. Senna was different, the transformation was more thorough, and it was the first time Wayne let go. Because he had no experience, he didn't know what Senna would become before he started. Now seeing the results, he can only say that everything is still good. Senna turned into Wayne's shape. It wouldn't have been so thorough originally. Wayne had no experience and didn't intend to transform Philomena. He had always regarded pollution as an attack skill. Like Virgil, Circe, Doreen, etc., they all lost their minds due to pollution and became a walking corpse. Senna can only blame herself. She put her thoughts in front of Wayne without reservation and let Wayne flatten and twist them. If she had a little reservation, Wayne would be powerless, and the worst result would be just a walking corpse. Now, looking at Wayne's meaningful evil smile, Senna felt cold all over, with a fierce light flashing in her eyes, and one hand turned into a dragon claw, rushing over fiercely. The speed was very fast, so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. With a hissing sound, Senna's arm pierced through Wayne's chest, and the dragon claw broke through the front and back of his chest, and the whole right arm was buried in it. Wayne's smile did not change, and not a drop of blood flowed from his chest that was pierced. Seeing the face so close, Senna's fear grew stronger. She pulled out her arm and tried to escape. She struggled several times and was horrified to find that her arm had merged with Wayne's chest. White foam squirmed, and her right arm slowly melted and broke at the shoulder. Senna staggered back and looked at her broken arm. There was no blood, no bones, and no pain. The biting cold swept through her body, and Senna trembled. She was shocked to the extreme when she thought of the blood and flesh pollution of the star beast. Wayne glanced at the naked beauty with broken arms, raised his hand to pull out the broken hand stuck in her chest, kneaded it into a ball like kneading dough, and threw it on Senna's face. The white flesh merged into Senna's body, and the broken arm extended. The slender jade hand was white and flawless, and the 5 fingers were slender and slender, as exquisite as porcelain. Crash! Senna's body collapsed instantly, and she turned into a ball of white foam and fell to the ground. She tried to reshape her body with her mind, but she could only extend tentacles and could not transform into an upright human form. Pollution, no, when she evolved, Wayne did not warn her to remember her appearance as a human being. Wayne jumped off the altar and came to the tentacles from a high place. His body rose to 3 meters. The pale faceless man's chest cracked vertically, and his big eyes suddenly opened. 4 tentacles stretched out and entangled with Senna's dancing tentacles, shaking up and down as if shaking hands. Senna lost control of her body, had no mouth, and could not speak. Fear almost drove her crazy, and because of the previous transformation, the crazy threshold of her mind was raised, and she couldn't go crazy even if she wanted to. It's too weird. Wayne himself thought it was weird. The tentacles spread out his mind, helped Senna reshape her body, and allowed her to remember her appearance as a human being. Perfect female body reshaping, big waves of blonde hair draped over her shoulders. Senna looked at the white monster in front of her in horror, subconsciously took 2 steps back to avoid the magic eye, and said with trembling teeth, "What are you? You can't be a human, an invader of the void. On the contrary, I am a pure-blooded human, the kind with the purest blood." Behind Wayne, a tentacle stretched out and wrapped around Senna's neck twice. At the end of the tentacle, a toothless pale mouth opened, protozoan blood, the first ancestors, the descendants of God. Senna was stunned when she heard the words, and subconsciously looked back at Wayne. When her eyes touched the big eyeballs, she quickly turned her head away. Her body and her mind were all afraid of the magic eye from the bottom of her heart. The fear came from the fact that Wayne could dominate her mind and body, and he could manipulate her like a puppet. She could only watch helplessly, without any way. Her emotions were very complicated. Apart from the fear and anger of being manipulated by others, there was also desire, longing, and inexplicable worship, as if the monster in front of her was her only belief. Goddesses and such, now have to stand aside. Senna knew very well that her mind had been tampered with. The well-informed her immediately thought of something and said subconsciously, "The life field of the demigod, you turned me into your follower, you are not Wayne Landau at all, you are a demigod who returned from the void." Demigods, the existence beyond the legendary wizard, the life force field further becomes the life field, the powerful mind can affect everything around, and bestow their power on others, that is, followers. Power is knowledge, followers learn the knowledge of the master, their own form of existence will subconsciously move closer to the master, and the body and mind will change accordingly. Senna thought of the universe in Wayne's body, and then thought of her own changes, and concluded that Wayne was not Wayne, but a demigod from the void. Looking at the evolutionary pattern of the star beast, it can be inferred that Wayne was once a crazy forgotten one, and after integrating into the void universe, he regained his sanity. Demigod. Wayne blinked. Although I also want to fool you like this, but now we are all family, it doesn't matter if I tell you some truths, after all. You can't resist me. He. The other three tentacles stretched out, wrapped around Senna's thighs, slender waist and plump chest, hanging her in the air and pulling her towards the big eyeball. When you suggested dragon blood, I knew that the teacher didn't tell you the truth. Senna opened her eyes uncontrollably, staring at the magic eye in horror, and the four tentacles opened their mouths at the same time, slowly saying in her ear, I was fortunate enough to see the ancient gods. It was an indescribable magnificence, surpassing all power. My proto-bloodline imitated the evolution of the ancient gods and got the current appearance. Dragon blood is too low level for me. You can't change my evolutionary path. Proto-bloodline, ancient gods, higher evolutionary paths. Senna sorted it out in her mind, and then she realized what a big mistake she had made. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, 11 Faye, that bitch. Hualala. Senna was halfway through her words when the tentacles wrapped around her neck tightened, and the front end drilled into her mouth, making her slender neck thicker. Senna opened her eyes in pain and gradually felt that she couldn't breathe. Soon, she found that she didn't need to breathe at all. Watch your words. If you weren't my teacher's teacher, I would have killed you for what you did before. Wayne said bluntly, what's wrong with her cheating on you? You still have to thank her. As he said that, Wayne pulled out his tentacles, raised his hand to pinch Senna's chin, and said sinisterly, also, I'm not Veronica's biological brother. The two of us came to the church headquarters for a tour and never thought of becoming a saint. You claim to be smart and keep mocking the teacher's mind. As a result, let me count how many times you have been cheated by her. Senna's face was livid, and she was about to spit out fragrance when she opened her mouth. Seeing the tentacles eager to try, she subconsciously clenched her teeth. It was useless. Her mouth opened uncontrollably and was drilled into by the tentacles again. You can only speak if you are allowed to speak. If you are not allowed to speak, you don't even have a mouth. Do you understand? Wayne severely suppressed Senna's proud self-esteem and taunted, after all, you are still too arrogant. Don't blame the teacher. You have brought this upon yourself. The tentacles spread out, and Wayne returned to his normal appearance. Senna supported herself with both hands and lay on the ground, retching repeatedly. Nothing came out. She looked at her palms, her mind spread out, and fine white scales emerged. The dragon's blood still existed and could still be used at will. But she knew that all this had a prerequisite, and she could only do it if Wayne allowed her to. From the teacher's teacher to the dependent of the student's student, Senna's resentment can be imagined. She now wanted to kill. Swish. Senna's body could not maintain balance, and once again turned into white foam with dancing tentacles all over the ground. In panic, the killing intent dissipated, and the mind reshaped the body, and then it turned back to its original appearance. Senna was sweating profusely, feeling extremely sad. Wayne had left many things in her mind, a chain and a bondage, so that she couldn't even maintain her self-awareness. You can only think if you want to. If you don't want to think, you don't even have a brain. Do you understand? Wayne looked down at her and said regretfully, Senna, compared to your trembling appearance now, I still like your previous unruly appearance. Unfortunately, everything can't go back. I will learn to adapt, and I hope you can adapt well." Senna smiled bitterly and said it silently. It was really nice. Life has been ups and downs, and she fell directly to the bottom. How can she adapt? Wayne called her by her name, and he didn't even want to call her teacher. "By the way, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you. You are my—" Wayne pondered for a moment, how to say it: servant, dependent, slave, it's almost the same meaning. If I die accidentally, you know the consequences. I will die too, right? Senna's eyes lit up. No, I will be reborn in your body. There are many ways to be born. After all, I imitated the ancient gods and cannot be measured by common sense. Wayne squatted in front of Senna, looked at her smooth belly, and laughed heartily. Senna was numb, realizing that she was naked and had nothing on. She was too lazy to cover herself up and felt that everything didn't matter. Boring, this woman was almost played to pieces, and there was not much shame left. Wayne pouted, patted Senna on the shoulder, and told her to put on her clothes quickly. Fortunately, Veronica didn't come, otherwise he couldn't explain it clearly even if he had a mouth all over his body. Senna put on her clothes numbly. Every time she felt hatred in her heart, her body would randomly collapse in a certain part, and she would be broken while putting it together. It took her 5 minutes to put on a few simple clothes. Wayne gave Senna face and waited until she put on her clothes before he continued to give orders in a domineering manner. Senna hated her for asking for a beating. Half of her arm broke with a snap and fell to the ground in white foam. White foam seeped into the seams of his clothes, and his arms grew back. "Senna, your dragon blood still exists, but the dragon is no longer your path to evolution. I am." Wayne patted Senna on the shoulder and encouraged, "You are lucky, your luck is incredible. One day in the future you will be grateful to teacher Sci-fi. Not everyone can be as lucky as you. This is an ancient god. How many people are kneeling no way out?" Senna didn't want to have contact with Wayne, but her body was out of control and she longed for contact with Wayne. After a few pats on the shoulder, her mind and body expressed pleasure at the same time, and she even wanted to go further. She really doesn't care about anyone she loves. Wayne raised his hand and inserted it into his chest and took out a beating golden heart. "Senna, divide the dragon blood inside into 2 parts, no, 6 parts. I want to give it to the teacher and Veronica." Senna frowned fiercely and said with a cold face, "You are so kind to them. It is incomprehensible that such an evil, weird guy like you still has feelings." The shape of a faceless man and tentacles and big eyes makes it hard for Senna to believe that Wayne still retains human emotions, and she can't figure out the reason why Wayne cares. Beauty. He and Veronica are beautiful, mother and daughter, but she herself is skeptical that Wayne possesses lust. The species are all different, so how can lust be produced, while hunger and appetite are still the same? I can't help it. I'm a sentimental person. Teachers Sci-fi and Veronica are good to me, so naturally I want to be better to them. Wayne gave Senna a contemptuous look. "Sincerely, you don't even have the courage to trust others, and you don't understand such simple feelings." "I can also put my heart into it," Senna gritted her teeth. "Please, give her a chance, she doesn't want to live in such a bad way." "It's late." Wayne shrugged, "I've got your man. You can't even resist. Whether it's sincere or not, I don't care." Poof. Senna was hit by an arrow in the chest, which was very painful. She could not adapt to her current status. "How about it, do you want me to help you?" Wayne said enthusiastically, "I have a few very practical tips that are enough to crush your self-esteem. Once you step on them, you will get used to them." Senna's face turned cold, and Wayne seemed to be able to hear her thoughts. "It's okay. I told you that you can't resist me. Your thoughts are all in the shape of mine. It makes sense to hear your thoughts. Wayne took a deep look at Sena, and his voice rang in her mind, you are my teacher's teacher. I am willing to preserve your dignity, and please cooperate with me. Otherwise, I can only change your way decent. Sena lowered her head and clenched her fists tightly. Don't be stunned. Divide the dragon's blood quickly. This heart is given to you. It can allow your flesh and blood to reshape itself through thinking and reproduce, so that you don't have to pick up an arm after it falls off. Wayne handed out the heart. Upon hearing this, Sena hurriedly took it, faced Wayne's face and said dryly, thank you. Thank you to whom? Forget it if you don't tell me. I promise to preserve your dignity and just continue to call me by my name in the future. Thanks. Sena breathed a sigh of relief, took out the sealed bottle, and divided the dragon's blood into 6 parts through a secret method. The reason Wayne split it into 6 parts instead of 2 was because he thought of Megan. Bringing in his Mona, he firmly believes that Megan is Austin's lover, but Hefei doesn't know it. For the sake of his family, the dragon's blood counts as Megan's share. 2 bottles per person, exactly 6 servings. The number 6 is divisible by both 3 and 2. If Megan can't use it, he and Veronica have 3 bottles each. Sena, you know dragon language, right? Some, but not much. Sena divided the 6 portions of the dragon's blood, opened her shirt, and put her beating heart against her chest. She watched with her own eyes as the heart merged into her body, and the active nature of her body changed to the point where there was almost no concept of death. She felt extremely complicated. Call it sad, the new evolutionary path is indeed stronger than the dragon. Call it happy, even you have lost yourself, what is there to be happy about? Arrange your schedule and come over in the evening to tutor Veronica in learning dragon language. Wayne said, I don't need it. You package the knowledge of dragon language and send it to me directly using your mind, as well as other knowledge you have. No matter what, I want it all. Sena nodded and did not use the church's rules to excuse her. She had no choice but to admit it or not, her belief was no longer the goddess of nature. From now on, I won't have much to do with the dragon. The change of belief does not affect the natural magic, as if it is stuck in a bug that takes all. Thinking about this, I feel much better. Sena reluctantly found a reason to comfort herself, packed her thoughts, and conveyed dragon language and the matching dragon language magic, as well as various magical formulas of the Life Alliance to Wayne one by one. One sends and the other receives, and the connection in thinking does not affect their continued dialogue. Sena, what happened to the dragon's blood curse? How did you break your curse? The curse of dragon blood is related to evolution. You can think of Sci-fi and Veronica as young dragons. The blood of the white dragon is the first and most likely. Sena slowly told that the evolution of dragon blood has several stages. Sci-fi and Veronica are both in the initial stage, and they cannot even become a complete white dragon. After the white dragon reaches its peak, the evolution of dragon blood reaches the second stage. Choose. The dragon has infinite possibilities. According to its own choices and the laws it understands, the dragon can develop in different directions. At this stage, the color of the white dragon will change. For example, Sena has reached the second stage. With reference to the 3 beliefs of the Life Alliance, the belief in nature is the main one. According to the color, she can be called a green dragon. When dragon blood evolves to the second stage, the curse comes with it. We are not real dragons. We plunder dragon blood by killing dragons, and then have the evolutionary path of dragons. Dragon slayers may not have to pay a price, but those of us who have dragon blood must pay back the debt. I did not break the curse of dragon blood. I made a deal with a mysterious dragon. She postponed the curse. I sent the natural faith magic and promised her to spread dragon blood in the gods' chosen continent. This temple came from this. Sena glanced at Wayne, I avoided the curse at that time and did not explode directly, but I know how to get through the curse. The answer is faith. The blessing of the goddess is enough for me to remove the curse. Senna spoke slowly, and Wayne's thoughts were in her body, and he heard it clearly. Senna originally wanted to remove the curse through faith, but the goddess was not interested in her and had no intention of helping her. She had no choice but to find another way. Fortunately, she found a trading partner. But, now I don't have to worry about the curse. Omega WTKN. Senna looked strange and said, if you want to help Sci-fi and Veronica, you can change them the way you changed me. Wayne's face was also strange. He could see clearly that Senna was getting angrier and angrier because she was unlucky and couldn't take revenge. She was ready to make Sci-fi unlucky with her. The induction of thoughts proved that Senna was not lying. This was indeed a way to break the curse. Dragon blood was very evil. Only a more evil existence with a higher level of life could guarantee exemption. In short, worship a big boss and let the dragon give the big boss a face, and the previous misunderstanding would be over. What a down-to-earth dragon. Wayne was speechless. Fists are the hard truth, and it's the same everywhere. Wayne, this is the way to break the curse. When are you going to help Sci-fi? You respect her so much, you will definitely not stand idly by, right? Senna stepped forward. Wayne's eyelids jumped. He had already said that it was not allowed, but this woman was still thinking about revenge on 11 Faye. Did she think he was too easy to talk to? Snap. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 254. Wayne slapped his butt, waved his hand to heat the water, and dragged Senna to take a hot spring bath together. Taking a hot spring bath is not the purpose, but a means to trample on Senna's dignity. Today is different from the past. Sci-fi is not only her student, but also her master's teacher. When facing Sci-fi, Senna must learn to respect like her master. By the way, study Senna's body. Very serious scientific research. Senna is Wayne's first strict dependent, and she is very different from Philomena. Wayne tried to find a balance point by studying Senna's changes. It can not only keep Sci-fi and Veronica in human form, but also make them pass the curse easily. After half an hour of searching, Wayne searched everywhere, but the result was not very pleasing. Except that Senna is really a great beauty, nothing was found. Because Wayne polluted recklessly, her changes were quite thorough, and her research value was far less than Philomena. But Philomena also broke through this balance point, but because Wayne didn't tell her, she didn't know that she had undergone a drastic change. Wayne climbed out of the water, his body melted into his clothes and reshaped, his brows furrowed into a river. He needed a new experimental subject, and let the other party evolve as slowly as possible to find that balance point. Wayne didn't want to do this. The evolutionary path of the ancient gods was just a trick. He didn't know what he was. He adhered to the moral bottom line. Unless Senna was a bad woman who asked for trouble, he would not take the initiative to capture the experimental subject. But without research, Sci-fi and Veronica were basically unsolvable. Senna was a legendary wizard, and the goddess ignored her. The two of them were probably in trouble. The goddess couldn't be relied on, and Wayne had to find a way himself. It's difficult. I can throw away my heart, but I can't throw away my conscience. Nonsense, your conscience is long gone. Senna climbed out of the water tremblingly, and called it shameless when she heard it. She didn't dare to say it, but only dared to think about it in her heart. As expected, the two arms melted, and two balls of white foam slowly crawled on the ground. She had two new arms and took the white foam back into her body. On the first day of not being a human, her heart was cold. What was even more terrifying was that when Wayne had just beaten her up, she not only did not feel ashamed, but also enjoyed it. She tasted some unprecedented pleasure on the edge of depravity. Senna cried out in her heart, her self-esteem deteriorated, and she felt that she would be finished sooner or later. Don't be sad, faith is the same everywhere. If you are not tormented by me, you will be tormented by the goddess of nature sooner or later. The goddess is at least a woman. So what, gender is so rigid, why don't you use your imagination? Oh my, why do you have such a rich imagination? Wayne waved his hands repeatedly, not knowing what he saw, grinning with joy. Don't look anymore. Senna staggered and knelt on the ground, extremely sad and angry. Her self-esteem was trampled on the ground, covered with mud, and she wanted nothing but death. Wayne handed over the clothes, but Senna slapped them away. That was it. There was no hope in her life. She strongly suspected that she had destroyed the world in her previous life, otherwise she shouldn't have suffered such retribution. Senna, think about it in a positive way. I'm about to leave the church headquarters, and we won't see each other for several years. Do you have the motivation to live again? Wayne pinched a piece of underwear with 2 fingers, and shook his head while examining it. As a fashion designer, Senna's bad taste made him very disdainful. Those were lessons for you just now. Don't make up teacher Sci-fi in front of me. I still say that you can keep your dignity and decency unless you don't want it. Wayne urged Senna to put on her clothes quickly. She was so old, and she wanted to die when she encountered a little setback. If her psychological quality was as poor as hers, humans would have been extinct long ago. Wayne told a lot of truths and gave Senna a few mouthfuls of chicken soup, which barely cheered her up. The effect of the chicken soup was average. Senna regained her motivation because Wayne was about to leave the church headquarters, and a free life was beckoning to her. This is a world without Wayne. But your body is full of Wayne. Puff. Senna was shot in the chest, trembling as she took the clothes and put them on, and soon returned to the cold and indifferent face she had when she first met. She gave up on herself and prepared to take revenge on society. Wayne pouted, this woman is really crazy, she is unlucky, but she has to drag others down with her, and if she can't take revenge on Sci-fi, she will change her target to someone else. Wayne didn't say anything, the constraints of her thinking made Senna only daydream, and she would understand this sooner or later. Senna, when I was taking the Saints assessment, I came across a very interesting mist forest. Find a way to take it? Mist forest is the property of the church, not mine. I am informing you, not discussing with you. If there is any problem, find a way to solve it yourself. Wayne said unhappily, you are a high-ranking church official who is not a human being. You must have set fire to the warehouse many times. It would be better if you burn it again. Do you still need me to teach you this principle? No, it's not. Mist forest can't burn. Senna said with a stiff face, mist forest is a solidified life force field, condensed by the life of a legendary wizard, and it is only one step away from the Philosopher's Stone. Wait a minute, I don't understand the details of this part. What is the Philosopher's Stone first? In Wayne's cognition, the Philosopher's Stone is the highest masterpiece of alchemy, also known as the fifth element and the miracle stone. In Senna's explanation, the Philosopher's Stone is indeed related to alchemy, and the refining material is a precious legendary wizard. To be precise, the legendary wizard meets the minimum conditions for refining the Philosopher's Stone, and the success rate is very low, and it is almost impossible to succeed. To obtain the Philosopher's Stone, the refining material must be a demigod. The life domain of a demigod can influence others, grant knowledge and power, and create their own followers. The holder of the Philosopher's Stone will gain the ability of a demigod, expand the domain to create followers, and because of the strengthening of alchemy, the Philosopher's Stone has a wider range of applications and its influence is far better than that of a demigod. Senna gave a simple example. She is a believer in nature. If she is given a Philosopher's Stone, she can create followers of death and darkness through mental fantasy. This stone can not only give the user the life domain, but also allow the user to perfectly display their talents and project fantasy things into reality. The most terrifying thing is that the Philosopher's Stone has no requirements for the user. Even an ordinary person who has not learned magic can exert the power of a demigod without any scruples. For these reasons, the Philosopher's Stone is more precious than a demigod. What's the price? Wayne interrupted, everything in the world has a price. What is the price of using the Philosopher's Stone? I don't know. I haven't seen the real Philosopher's Stone. There are no demigods on the chosen continent. If I have to say the price, it's only the life of a demigod. Senna shook her head, her words full of desire for demigods. As she spoke, Senna's expression changed. She has achieved a higher level of evolution. Demigod is no longer an unattainable fantasy. If she becomes a demigod one day in the future, can she expel Wayne's thoughts from her body? Try it, it should be possible. Work hard. I'm optimistic about you, Wayne encouraged. Senna's face turned pale, fearing that Wayne would drag her into the water and humiliate her. She hurriedly explained, I don't mean to betray, I just haven't adapted yet. Give me some time, I won't have any more fantasies in the future. No, I appreciate your fantasy, seriously, you can think, I recognize this kind of ambition. Wayne patted Senna on the shoulder and changed the subject, but don't do childish betrayal. For example, this time, if it weren't for arrogance, you wouldn't be controlled by me. Senna looked at Wayne carefully, asking if it was true or not. If Wayne allowed betrayal, she would have the motivation to live. Okay, I like people who are ambitious. Wayne nodded. Continue, what's the matter with the mist-hidden forest? Senna didn't care whether it was true or not, holding on to hope and refused to let go, and replied, the mist-hidden forest was originally a legendary wizard of the Church of Death. After the church captured him, it used alchemy to forge the Philosopher's Stone. The mist-hidden forest is the result of the failure of alchemy. The core is a semi-finished Philosopher's Stone, which is of great significance and very precious. Senna has no power to give the stone to Wayne, and neither does the Pope, unless the goddess asks. Nature Knights can't do that. Well, Nature Knights can, of course, but... Senna swallowed her saliva. Can you really become the chosen Knight of God? Before, Senna was full of confidence in Wayne. He had excellent magic talent and could communicate with nature with just a little practice. She couldn't find a better potential stock than Wayne. Now, what the hell is this? Plop. One of Senna's arms fell to the ground, and she smiled awkwardly. I still need to adapt. Wayne rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the teacher's face, such a traitor would have been turned into a puff in the pool. Senna, for the sake of our family, I will reveal another secret to you. Wayne grabbed Senna's collar and whispered in her ear, the blood of the original body imitates the ancient gods. My strength is not only in the flesh, but in infinite possibilities. Are you curious, why can I become an elf? Senna paused when she heard the words, and her breathing accelerated slightly. It was too close. Her body and mind expressed their desire for faith. Wayne was stunned for a moment and pushed Senna away. Respect yourself, I'm still a child. Who do you think made me like this? Senna was furious, but her heart was elegant and easygoing. She cursed at fate and her body disintegrated into white foam. It took a long time to reassemble her human form. She cursed the Pope and the Great Prophet, as well as other high-level church officials, and picked up her clothes and put them on. If she couldn't curse faith, she would vent her anger on others. She knew how to transfer emotions. Wayne felt particularly comfortable listening to this. He liked Senna's unruly look. She was so pleasant to be taught while resisting. After a while, Senna tidied her clothes, straightened her messy blonde hair, and waited for Faith to continue speaking with a cold face. I am a free mage, and I have many beliefs. The 3 goddesses of the Life Alliance and the 2 goddesses of Dark Death are all my teachers, and I have shown a certain degree of respect to them. While Wayne was blowing, he saw Senna's cold face and was particularly arrogant, so he grabbed her collar and pulled it in front of him. "What are you pulling? What are you so proud of?" Senna's breathing accelerated uncontrollably, her nose began to sweat, and she bit her lips in shame and anger. "That's more like it." Satisfied, Wayne let it go, waved his hand into the void, and pulled out a knight's great sword. "Goodoo." Senna swallowed her saliva and subconsciously took 2 steps back. "The shadow nightmare of the Death Knight, how come this artifact is in your hands?" Senna strongly suspected that the shadow nightmare was a fake, but the quiet breath of death stung her skin like ice. It was definitely fake, and it was indeed the real thing. Moreover, this is her dark realm, her territory, and her mind does not sense spatial fluctuations, which proves that the shadow nightmare is not hidden in Wayne's portable space. J-j-j-j. Wayne transformed into a Death Knight, the skull's head pulsed with white light, and the broken death cloak turned into grey tentacles, wrapping around Senna's arms and corrupting them into ashes. Senna recovered from her broken arm and wanted to resist, but she couldn't take action against her beliefs. She couldn't even touch her faith unless Wayne allowed it. This is the possibility of the original bloodline. The goddess ignores you ordinary people, but she treats me differently. They really prefer me," Wayne said, exiting the Death Knight state, and the next second, he pulled out the Twilight Extremis and transformed into the Dark Knight. After 2 consecutive switches, 2 divinely chosen knights arrived. Senna was dumbfounded, her mind went blank, and she gave up thinking. The divinely chosen knight is the only one. This is a truth that everyone agrees with, including the knight himself. The education Senna received since she was a child did not allow her to believe the facts in front of her. Her 3 views were reshaped, and she was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. At this time, the look in her eyes when she looked at Wayne had changed. She didn't know where to start from 1,000 words, and murmured, "Sci-fi, is she treating me like this?" Yes, it is true that they have not contacted each other for 20 years, and she does regard Sci-fi as a tool, but she has no revenge, and she is just a passerby without any contact. On the contrary, it was Sci-fi who ate hers and took hers. After she finished her studies, she said, "I don't want to serve you anymore." She patted her butt and walked away. She went home and married a wild man, making all her investment of more than 10 years in vain. The more Senna thought about it, the angrier she became. She didn't retaliate, but Sci-fi refused, throwing her hand at her with a combination of Death and Dark Knight. Can she stand these 2 knights? Bah, the white-eyed wolf clearly wants to kill his master. 2 minutes later, Senna returned to her human form, picked up her clothes and put them on. "Why don't you put it on so you don't have to wear it again later?" Wayne complained happily and took the initiative to explain, "Don't get me wrong, the teacher doesn't know the truth about me. She didn't want to plot against you. It was you who turned yourself into this. You can't blame others." "But she didn't say that your bloodline is nobler than dragon blood." Senna refused to accept it. She was the only one who was hurt. How can such a secret be told to outsiders? It won't be the case in the future. Remember to be polite when we meet in the future and call you teacher with me. Senna suffered a double blow and wanted to die. "Forget it, everyone has his own way, I promise to give you dignity." Wayne pointed to the 2 swords in front of him, "This is the source of my confidence. The 2 goddesses of darkness and death are like this, and the goddess of nature is certainly no exception. I will become the god's chosen. The natural knight is always qualified to get the Kirigakura forest, right? He is qualified, even if he is just the heir." Senna was mentally and physically exhausted. She thought of something and frowned. "Your current situation is very dangerous, goddess. I don't think the goddess is willing to share her knights. You will definitely be exposed." For her own sake, she learned to think for Wayne. So I didn't want to become a natural knight at first. If you hadn't threatened the dragon's blood curse, I wouldn't have agreed. Wayne glared at Senna. Senna said decisively, it's still too late. Mr. Mulla has not arrived at the church headquarters yet. I asked Gavin to contact him. There is always a reason to refuse. No, I want the Kirigakura forest. Why, that forest means nothing to you. Senna advised Wayne to calm down. Killing 2 people is no joke. Because you guys are not good people, many candidates for sainthood have been buried in the hidden mist forest. Their grievances are too great. I want to take them out. Wayne looked calm. The 12 vengeful spirits didn't matter. They could be signed or not. The key was that these unlucky people reminded him subconsciously of Veronica. As both candidates, seeing these ghosts is like seeing Veronica. Since you have the ability, then reach out and give it a try. Is it because of those undead? Senna couldn't believe it. She didn't believe that Wayne could be so kind. She vaguely noticed that Wayne's attitude was gradually becoming colder, and she hurriedly explained, I haven't done anything to the saint candidate. Sci-fi is the first saint I supported. Female, Veronica is the second one. Believe me, those undead have nothing to do with me. Then you're not a good person either. Senna lowered her head and clenched her fists, filled with anger. Wayne's attitude towards her and towards Sci-fi was so different that one held him in the sky while the other stepped on his feet. He was so jealous that he couldn't help but want to take his place. What, you still want to be a mother? Senna shook her head repeatedly. Judging from her determined attitude, she knew that the mother she was thinking of and Wayne were not referring to the same thing. You can handle the investigation and get more benefits. If you really have the possibility of becoming the Pope, it might be a good thing. Wayne's eyes lit up and he had a bold dream, constrained by his thinking. The church may be transformed. Senna's eyes also lit up, and then her mind dimmed. It's just a puppet. What's there to look forward to? If you want power, you have to pay an equal price. Doesn't it make you feel better if you think like this? Wayne mocked and made a big pie with his backhand. When I become the natural choice, I will support you in seizing power. Perform well and don't let me down. Senna nodded calmly, praying that the blood of the protozoan could pass the test of the goddess. The goddesses of death and darkness both recognized Wayne's ancient god evolution root. What they have, the goddess of nature must also get. Senna found excuses for herself and comforted herself that it was not a big problem. In the face of life and death crisis, she could not consider the Pope for the time being. If there is no problem, take me away from here. Wayne pointed to the outside world. Teacher Senna, be normal in front of Veronica. I allow you to make a certain degree of offense. Crash. Senna collapsed into a ball because of her overly intense thoughts. Wayne's face was full of black lines. This level is not good, it exceeds the standard. I have another question. Senna put on her clothes expressionlessly, admitting that Wayne was right, it would be better not to wear them just now. Say it. Are Virgil and Circe dead? I would like to call it integration into nature. No, as expected. Senna patted her chest, just a little bit, and she had to put on clothes again. Teacher Senna, if you don't know how to grasp the standard, just face your heart. You know what I mean to you. I used to be the goddess of nature, and I will be you in the future, Wayne said clearly. I will adapt. Senna nodded lightly, took Wayne out of the dark realm, and returned to the villa garden. Veronica lowered her head to read a book. When she saw the two of them appear, she closed the book and respectfully called Teacher Senna, and then gave Wayne a wink. Veronica, how is the situation? Did you trick this old witch? Wayne, you know me, I am very good at deceiving women, and I fooled her. Senna. Wayne deliberately disgusted Senna so that she would know her image in the eyes of the younger generation, and pulled her into the chat room, muting the microphone but being able to hear the conversation. Old witch. Good, good, worthy of being Xiphae's offspring, each one is more filial than the other. Veronica, I will come here often in the future. You have excellent talent. I am going to teach you some dragon language magic. Remember it well and give it to Xiphae after you go back, Senna said with an elder's air. Veronica was stunned for a moment, nodded in thanks, and gave Wayne a puzzled look. Veronica, what's the situation? You gave the old witch a love potion, why is she so good? Wayne, it's almost the same. I've said that I'm very good at deceiving women. Veronica, hey, you didn't show her the diary, did you? Wayne, that's not the case. Only you can read the diary. Veronica, that's more like it. Senna was covered with dog food, and she almost choked to death. She despised Wayne for pretending to be pure and mocked Veronica for being a copy of Xiphae, destined to be deceived by bad men for a lifetime. The idea just fell, and found that she didn't turn into mud, narrowed her eyes slightly, and her eyes gradually became weird. Veronica, Wayne's body hasn't recovered yet. I'll take care of him for a while. Just study hard. Senna patted Wayne's shoulder, her eyes filled with sugary water, so sweet that it was almost stringy. Ah! Veronica shuddered, looked at the social scum fiercely, and was so angry that she wanted to hit him. Bastard, is this how you lied to her? And, it's only been a short time, how can you be so good at lying to women? Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 255. What's going on? What did you just do to her? Why has her attitude changed so much and the look in her eyes is so? Asshole, talk. In the villa garden, Veronica transformed into a hairdryer and rode on Wayne to ask him to explain. Senna has already left. Before leaving, she greeted the trash of society and looked back 3 times with affection. Her eyes were full of reluctance to say goodbye. Veronica saw clearly that Senna's eyes were not serious, but she also twisted her waist in a pretentious manner, clearly deliberately twisting her waist to look like a waist of society. The waist was twisted so much that those who knew it was dragon blood, but those who didn't knew it thought it was snake blood. In short, no, very wrong. Veronica was sure that something must have happened between the two of them somewhere she didn't see. Bang. Stop pretending to be dead and speak. Veronica punched the social trash in the face, making her eyes red with anger. What's there to say? That bitch is clearly trying to make you angry. If you have to be fooled, you still want me to give you an explanation. Wayne was speechless to the extreme, and sighed, is it possible that she has dragon blood? She knows you are a fool, and you will definitely be fooled by your little tricks, so she wants to lend your hand to repair me. What's the meaning? I just made her miserable. She can't take revenge on me. She can only find a way from you. Veronica clenched her fists and raised them in the air. It was neither a fight nor a fight. After a while, Wayne was asked to explain clearly what happened just now and why Senna's attitude changed completely. Wayne shrugged, picked up Veronica and sat on a wicker chair, took out the prepared strategy, and read, "You know my situation, dragon blood cannot affect me, Senna is destined to fail from the beginning. With her character, she won't suffer any loss. If she didn't think I was still valuable, she would have fallen out with her long ago." Seeing that Veronica's expression remained unchanged and her fists were still clenched tightly, Wayne continued, "She tried to inject dragon blood into me, but failed. I took the opportunity to withhold the dragon blood, causing her heavy losses. Just when she was about to use force to take back the dragon blood, I showed the potential of the original bloodline, repaired the cooperative relationship between the two parties, and made her swear that for the sake of our unbreakable alliance, she would not retaliate against me in any way. As a price, I revealed some truths to her, including our true relationship and the purpose of our participation in the selection of saints. Because of the oath, Senna was extremely angry, but she couldn't retaliate against me directly. She was angry that the dragon's blood was taken away from her, and she was even more angry at being fooled by me, so she decided to target you. Speaking of this, Wayne pressed Veronica's fist and said in disappointment, I worked so hard in there, I didn't know how much trouble and humiliation I suffered, and I was almost killed by her. It's better for you, just flatter me. You got angry with me. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Veronica blushed and lowered her head. It was her fault. She was impulsive. She will change it next time. But we can't blame her entirely. The old witch's acting skills were so good, and those little stringy eyes didn't look like she was acting at all. The sound is too quiet. Wayne pinched Veronica's face, raised his fist, and lightly hit her on the head, but forget it, who would let it be you? No matter how unreasonable you are, I will forgive you again and again. It's so kind of you. Veronica felt sweet and kissed Wayne on the face. This kind of small reward is obviously not enough to satisfy social trash. He can defend himself when he is unreasonable. Now that he has been so wronged and his character has been denied, he stands on the moral high ground and bites Veronica. Sucked it hard a few times. Veronica was pushing and shoving, indulging in the superb kissing skills of society's rubbish, but the power of the dragon's blood was not used at all. After a while, Wayne licked his lips, still unfinished, and continued to delve into Veronica's guilt. In the last photo incident, you also showed irrationality and no trust in me. How long has it been since then? Have you made any progress? It was different last time. Veronica felt deeply ashamed, buried her head on Wayne's shoulder, and decisively passed the blame. I learned this from my mother. When I saw her angry, I became angry too. Okay, let me trust you again. Who told you to be Veronica? Wayne sighed and complained that his life was over. He was being manipulated by love and there was nothing he could do about it. Veronica was so excited when she heard this, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Wayne patted his butt. You did a good job this time. You didn't have an attack in front of Senna. I guess you have made some progress. Reading the diary is not in vain. Veronica was secretly happy to be praised. When she saw Wayne picking her up and walking towards the house, her face turned slightly red. What are you doing? Your injury is not healed yet. You still don't understand if I'm hurt. Wayne smiled cheerfully. For your good performance today, I will also give you 2 rewards. Go to the basement, I got 6 bottles of dragon blood, and I will give you 2 bottles. Veronica put her arm around Wayne's neck and said, you are really good at lying to women. The old witch is so smart, you were able to trick her into getting 6 bottles of dragon blood. The price is not small. When I underwent the dragon blood transformation, my heart was almost torn. Wayne continued to output KFC. Seeing Veronica's worried look, he continued, it's all worth it. 2 bottles for you, 2 bottles for the teacher, and 2 bottles left for Megan. If she doesn't use it, divide it up for you and the teacher. Megan has one too. Veronica tilted her head. Of course, she is Austin's lover and has been silently contributing to this family for many years. The teacher didn't say anything, which obviously recognized her status. Wayne took the opportunity to export monogamy, that is, 1 lady and 1 wife, so that Veronica could learn from his open-mindedness. Veronica frowned. That's not right, Megan and Mr. Landau shouldn't be that kind of relationship. Why did Megan lose her mind during the nightmare corridor? This. Don't lie to yourself, you think so in your heart. Veronica was speechless, and then said, Mr. Landau is so hateful, you can't learn everything, otherwise I will beat you to death. My God, you are smart at this time. Wayne rolled his eyes. It's too late. In order to make himself look normal and not so obviously a scumbag, Austin not only helped me arrange a secretary, but also introduced me to other girlfriends. Really? Veronica was deeply skeptical. Referring to the relationship between the two generations of trash cans, she thought Wayne was deliberately framing her. But out of trust in the trash can, she subconsciously believed it a little. Really, you know all the girlfriends he introduced, Chris and Willie, and he said that you have a good relationship, especially Chris. If it was her, you would definitely not object. Nonsense. Veronica didn't know what she thought of, her face flushed instantly, and punched Wayne in the face, forbidding him to daydream. As she said that, she mentioned the beauty and purity of Bayou Egwang again, asking Wayne to stop making up stories about the senior sister behind her back. If he had to say bad things, he could use Willie as an example. The two came to the basement. Wayne took out 2 bottles of dragon blood, Veronica took off her coat, wearing a dragon scale tights, and proudly raised her eyebrows at the social trash. No more fear of being cheated. Wayne did not force it, but opened the sealed bottle to purify Veronica's blood. The 2 bottles of dragon blood were very effective and burned until the second half of the night. Veronica's blood was refined, and she looked tired and too lazy to move. She yawned lazily in Wayne's arms. Wayne carried her out of the basement like a princess and went straight to the bathroom on the second floor to take a bath. At noon the next day, Veronica opened her eyes and found herself lying in the same bed with Wayne. Her face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head and buried her head in his chest and continued to pretend to sleep. "It smells so good." X2. After dawdling for an hour, Wayne was kicked off the bed, put on his shirt, and came to the living room on the first floor with his pants. "Senna. This is her home, not a couple's hotel. Please respect yourselves." "What does it matter? You are all mine, and your home is my home." While training Senna, Wayne admired her expression of struggle and resistance, and secretly said that this is the smell. Senna took the initiative to avoid the bad topic and reported the work of the investigation team. In summary, there was no progress. There was no evidence and no witnesses. Even though they knew that the Pope had problems, they could not do anything to him. However, since the investigation team was established, it was impossible to investigate only the assassination of Wayne. Senna was ready to increase the intensity of the Pope from the side. The old man was not clean. He had no chance before, but now that he had the opportunity, he would definitely find out something. Wayne was not interested in these things. A group of bad people were worse than him, which was not suitable for a pure little white flower like him. As she was talking, Senna's eyes lit up, swayed her figure, and came behind Wayne with a fragrant breeze. She rubbed his shoulders with her 10 fingers and asked how strong it was. Veronica finished dressing up and went downstairs to the living room. Seeing this horrifying scene, she suspected that she had not woken up yet. Even if it was acting, it was too intimate. "He is your student's student, still a child." Veronica sat on the sofa opposite with a confused face. Thinking of the lesson yesterday, she did not immediately attack. She was ready to take another look and collect some evidence by the way. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became weird. Wayne was not panicked at all. He raised his eyebrows and gave Veronica a look, then grabbed the little hand on his shoulder and kissed it with his head tilted. Swish. Senna jumped away as if teleporting, her face was blue and red, obviously she didn't expect Wayne to dare to mess around. "What? What kind of play is this, innocent?" Veronica pouted her lips and believed in Wayne's words. Senna did it on purpose. The truth was found out after one try. Boring. Veronica snorted twice and left briskly. She hadn't eaten since last night and was going to the kitchen to make lunch and throw it into the trash can. Senna was so smart that she could see that her plan had failed at a glance. She regretted it in her heart. It was just a kiss on the little hand. She just endured it a little longer and survived. Having said that, it was very difficult to survive. When she was rewarded by the closeness of faith, that is, the kiss on the hand, Senna felt like she was electrocuted and was so excited that she trembled all over. The current strength was just right, neither too strong nor too painful, leaving one wanting to do it again. Senna's mind was extremely repulsive, but her body and mind led the charge, with desire mixed in with rejection. She examined her heart and once again became pessimistic about the future. "Why are you standing so far away? I'm easy to talk to. If you want to get close to me, just say it. I won't reject you." Wayne patted the sofa next to him. Senna's body was out of control, and she slowly walked towards Wayne. She sat next to Wayne with a look of fear on her face, took the initiative to hold his arm, and leaned against him with her head tilted. "Teacher Senna, you smell so good." Wayne spoke in a sarcastic tone, and then warned, "Don't think I don't know what you are up to. I won't care about it for the sake of assists. Be careful in the future and don't ask for trouble." After the voice fell, Senna regained control of her body, hurriedly stood up and sat on the sofa opposite. Half an hour later, Veronica brought the eggs that were sentenced to death to the table and threw them into the trash can in front of Senna. One wanted to cheat, and the other was willing to be cheated, which made Senna's face black. "Nothing else, Veronica and Wayne are copies of He-Fi and Austin, almost exactly the same as 20 years ago." Every time she thought of that defeat, Senna hated the garbage dump of London. It was so bad to think about it, let alone seeing it with her own eyes. She almost got angry. "Teacher Senna, don't stand there, Veronica's cooking is delicious, you can try it too," Wayne said kindly. "Don't be polite, just treat this as your own home." Senna chose to refuse, but her hands and feet were out of control, so she picked up the spoon and started to taste. Under Veronica's dissatisfied gaze, the guest Senna ate most of the lunch she prepared for the trash can without any awareness. After the meal, Senna took the napkin to wipe the corners of her mouth and commented that the cooking skills were okay, not as hard to swallow as she had imagined. Senna's cooking skills were average. She had tasted the snacks cooked by Sci-fi in her early years and had no hope for Longxiu's cooking skills, but she had to admit that Veronica's cooking skills exceeded her expectations. At least much better than Sci-fi. She put down the napkin and looked at the two people opposite with a squinting look, feeling unhappy. "Veronica, come with me to the study. From today on, I will officially teach you the dragon language." As she said that, she waved her hand and a few thick magic books fell on the table. After the 3-hour class, Senna assigned a lot of homework before leaving. The amount was large and filling, enough for Veronica to write until 12 o'clock in the morning, and there was no time to talk about love with Wayne. "I can't deal with Wayne, and I can't deal with you either. Go do your homework." Although Senna was selfish and clearly wanted to deal with Veronica, she was rigorous and serious in the teaching process. She would not tolerate any mistakes from her students and was a strict teacher. Wayne wanted to go to class. That night, Veronica did her homework until 1 o'clock in the morning. When she returned to the bedroom, she found that Wayne had washed up and lay on the bed. "Asshole, who allowed you to sleep here? Get out, you've made the bed dirty." Veronica blushed and drove him away, but she couldn't beat Wayne's thick skin. After a while of hesitation, she reluctantly agreed to lend half of the bed. When the lights were turned off, there were 2 quilts with a pillow in the middle. The defense line was as solid as a rock and unbreakable. When I woke up the next day, the defense line was gone and I was lying in another quilt. "It smells so good. X2. Time went around and around until May. The selection of the saint was suspended for a week due to unknown reasons. After returning to normal, it was slightly accelerated. If nothing unexpected happens, the real saint will be selected in June. In other words, the selection has reached the end. According to the information provided by Senna, more than half of the candidates have been eliminated, and those bodyguards who made up the numbers, that is, the male candidates who claimed to be the son of the saint, were all kicked out of the assessment. The remaining saint candidates basically came from the church headquarters. Dussa, whom Wayne knew, was still insisting. Without her brother to cover her, she showed a very good talent and won the secret support of several church leaders. Among them was Senna. The so-called saint selection has now become a power compromise every 20 years at the church headquarters. The saint herself is not decisive, and the supporters behind her are the foundation. During this period, Senna came to the villa every day to teach Veronica. Because of the previous lessons, she kept a certain distance from Wayne and there was no more temptation of eye contact. On the 8th, Senna rushed into the bedroom and retreated amid Veronica's screams. When closing the door, she was almost hit by a pillow. She stood at the door with a dark face, secretly saying that it was too much, especially Veronica, learning everything would only hurt herself. Why is she so eager to learn? She deserves to be cheated. Teacher Senna, please knock on the door next time and respect other people's privacy. Wayne walked out of the bedroom with his pants up, complaining and looking at Senna. Well done, this time you assist. Senna didn't understand what Wayne meant. No matter how she looked at it, she had ruined the good thing. She shook her head to dispel her reverie and said bluntly, Mr. Natural Knight Mura has arrived at the church headquarters. Deputy Captain Gavin is waiting for you. It's better to take a shower first, and then go over. It should be. Wayne squirmed, and the old skin was replaced with a new skin. It took only 3 seconds to wash. Senna was silent, still so disgusting, but she seemed to have gotten used to it. Where is Mr. Mura, the Knights of the Natural Church? No, he is at the home of Vice Captain Gavin. He does not want to enter the church headquarters. No one knows except the Pope and the Great Prophet. Senna briefly explained, opened the portal and took Wayne out of the villa. Gavin's house is located between the mountains and fields. He usually lives in the Knights' dormitory of the church, a collective dormitory, and rarely goes home. In addition, he has low personal desires and never pursues a luxurious life. This wooden house is ordinary and there is no expensive and decent furniture. From the perspective of successful people, Gavin is undoubtedly a loser. After so many years, he has not saved any money. Wayne admired him. In this materialistic church headquarters, Gavin was undoubtedly a breath of fresh air, restoring some reputation for the bad church. On the fence grass in front of the door, Wayne saw 3 figures. Gavin, who was smiling, winked at him desperately, trying to use this opportunity to explain something, and a middle-aged man in a white robe, who looked elegant and humble. The Pope. Ludwig. Ludwig looked very good and had a very friendly smile. Seeing Wayne looking at him curiously, he smiled and nodded. Quiet and introverted, well-behaved, with a calm and easy-going charm, a gentle smile that made people feel very comfortable, everything was so decent and natural, it was easy for people to have a good impression. So, this is a bastard? Wayne responded respectfully, calling him the Pope, very politely. At the same time, Wayne also saw the true face of the great prophet to be, who was followed by a mandrill, with white robes, white hair, white eyebrows, and an old but sharp face, which matched his stereotype of the legendary wizard. Tubby wanted to say something to Wayne, and was anxious to death, but Senna did not give him the opportunity, and raised his hand to protect Wayne behind him. Candidate Wayne, we meet again. Deputy Captain Gavin, it is an honor to listen to your teachings again. In the case of the worst, Gavin can be regarded as the only saint in the audience. Wayne's good impression of him is full, and he put away his foul mouth that hurts others without paying for his life, and his words are quite respectful. Work hard, Mr. Mura is waiting for you in the house. If you don't succeed, don't be disappointed. I will keep my original proposal and introduce you to the Knights of Nature. Gavin patted Wayne's shoulder, made way to the wooden house, took out the wine pot and drank a sip. Under Senna's tangled eyes, Wayne stepped to the wooden house, knocked on the door gently, and walked in after getting the answer. Pope Ludwig subconsciously took a step forward, his face calm, his hands tightly clenched in his sleeves. "Goddess, please don't let him succeed. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment." Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 256. Inside the house, a figure turned his back to Wayne, and as the door closed, he slowly turned around. The man was tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He was wearing a green robe, with thick short blonde hair, elegant facial contours, deep and bright eyes revealing firmness and confidence. A very decent face. Unlike the Pope's friendly and kind-hearted personality, the man did not exude any unique temperament. His presence was like a clear spring, allowing people to stay away from the hustle and bustle and regain tranquility and beauty. Natural Knight, Mura. "Mr. Mura, I am Wayne Landau." Wayne stood obediently. Although the man in front of him did not have an absolutely strong aura, he was a knight chosen by God, and his birth date and age could not be verified, which was enough to explain his mystery and strength. Looking at the identities of those people outside the door, the Pope, the Great Prophet, the Oracle High Priest, and the high-level church officials were almost all caught in one fell swoop, and they were only qualified to stand outside and wait. It can be seen how exaggerated the military power of this knight chosen by God is. According to Senna, Mura is one of the strongest humans on the chosen continent, representing the highest military force of the Church of Nature. His hobby is playing cards. "Hello, Wayne, I heard Gavin mention you. He is very optimistic about you." Mura got straight to the point, looked up and down at this outstanding church junior, nodded and said, "Hidden magic, your talent is better than Gavin described." He still restrained. "Mr. Mura, do you need to take an assessment? I have been preparing for today for a long time, I hope." "Don't be so restrained, relax a little." Mura patted Wayne's shoulder and approved, "You are strong, good-looking, young, and polite. The goddess will like you." Wayne. "It sounds weird, are we discussing knights?" Wayne smiled shyly and became more restrained. "There is nothing to test. You can pass the test of the candidate for the saint, and you have basically passed all the tests that should be done. With Gavin as a guarantor, I believe he will not make a mistake. Mura has a very straightforward temper." Seeing that Wayne still couldn't let go, he said cheerfully, "To be honest, I am in a hurry and have to leave tonight. Let's not talk nonsense and get straight to the point. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, just treat it as making friends. Straightforward." Wayne nodded secretly. He liked this kind of straightforward person. When they met, they got straight to the point and didn't talk about messy things. If the church's senior officials were as straightforward as Mura, the church would have dominated the Life Alliance long ago and completed the double kill of death and darkness. If they were a little bolder, it would not be a bad idea to squeeze out the Heavenly Father Church and delist. Mura waved his hand into the void and took out an old-fashioned white broadsword, a two-handed sword with grooves on both sides of the blade, and the cold light of the sword was faintly visible. Just looking at the shape, this sword is very low-key and nothing special. In terms of beauty, it is far inferior to Shadow Nightmare and Twilight Despair. The name of the sword is Elemental Mantra, given by the goddess. Hold the hilt and try to sense her power. Mura waved his hand to set up a barrier to block the perception of several people outside the house, and carefully handed the elemental mantra to Wayne. The latter also took it cautiously, his heartbeat quickened, fearing that something would happen. Natural Knight, Pope, Great Prophet, Deputy Head of the Knights. Under the siege of so many masters, the location is still the headquarters of the Natural Church, and Senna can hardly guarantee his safety. Book of Greed, it depends on you. Wayne bet everything on the Book of Greed. This book brought him everything, and I hope it will not let him down this time. The Book of Greed did not move. Wayne held the hilt of the sword, waved it twice, and looked at Mura in confusion. Mr. Mura, I didn't feel the power of the elemental mantra. Did I fail the test? No, the elemental mantra is the power of God. It is very powerful. I was worried that you would get hurt, so I didn't unseal it, Mura said with a serious face. Next, he would open the seal and release the power of the elemental mantra bit by bit. If Wayne can't bear it, he must speak directly and don't joke with his life. Mr. Mura, I'm ready. Be careful. Mura locked his eyes on Wayne, and a green light bloomed in his eyes. He unsealed the elemental mantra and asked her to treat the child in front of her kindly. Clang. The sound of the sword rang out, and the elemental mantra burst into a sharp edge. The powerful breath of life swept through Wayne's body along his arm. The Book of Greedy poked its head. JPG. The magic power in Wayne's body turned green in an instant, and he calmly accepted the power injected by the elemental mantra. These changes were seen by Mura, and a trace of joy appeared on his cautious and serious face. It seems that there is no problem, and the strength can be increased. Mura gradually let go of the control of the elemental mantra, and the divine power was released more thoroughly. Wayne accepted it all without showing any discomfort. The process was so smooth that Mura was stunned. He looked at Wayne with a very strange look and subconsciously said, "Wayne, do you have some kind of blood in your body?" "God's blood, it must be God's blood. Don't be an ordinary person, otherwise it will be too damaging to your self-esteem." "Protozoan blood." Wayne looked proud, and then said ashamedly, "Teacher Senna said that this matter is very important and cannot be told to others, so when I participated in the selection of the saint, I didn't hide it in the information, and Deputy Captain Gavin didn't know it either." Protozoan blood, descendants of God. Mura was slightly envious and nodded in approval. She did the right thing. "You are too good. Some secrets cannot be told." 2 minutes later, Mura let go of all control, and Wayne completely grasped the elemental mantra, and the powerful breath of life overflowed from his body, reshaping a set of slim armor that fits his body. The overall shape of the white knight armor is simple and elegant, without too much decoration and complicated patterns, but it reveals a noble and mysterious temperament. The edges are rounded and smooth, and it emits a soft light like ice. The white chips are tightly connected at the joints of the armor plates, which are solid and beautiful. At the visor position, a white mask covers Wayne's face, and the green eyes are open to ensure that the line of sight is not blocked at all. Wayne felt a strong breath of life on the armor, and in terms of the classification and integration of the Book of Greed, the elemental mantra can easily mobilize the 4 elements of earth, fire, water, and wind, and also includes the power of the sun and moonlight. Although it accounts for a small proportion, it does exist. Why does the natural God-chosen knight have the power of the sun and moonlight? Is it sure that it is the natural God-chosen knight, not the God-chosen knight of the Life Alliance? Also, where is the natural knight? This armor is not green. Wayne didn't understand it very well. He guessed that the 3 goddesses of the Life Alliance had a good relationship. They were not plastic sisters. They allowed the Knights of Good Sisters to borrow their power. According to this speculation, the appearance of the 2 chosen knights of the sun and moonlight is not much different from the natural knight. It can really be. Mura stared at the natural knight in front of him. Before, he could only see the complete armor in the mirror. Now, there is a successor, which is obviously a very happy thing, but he is a little disappointed for no reason. The reason is that the elemental truth that never leaves and never abandons calmly accepts Wayne and completes the fusion in front of him. Mura's face is strange. It was the first time he experienced this situation that he realized that he was not so generous. On the other side, the Book of Greed burped, And the small eyeballs on the cover naturally came from behind, surpassing darkness and death, and occupying the top spot with a slight advantage. At the same time, the small eyeballs of the sun and moonlight were also strengthened. Wayne has something to eat, and everyone has something to earn. The state of vigorous vitality and competition is still in front of us. Wayne is familiar with the power of the natural night. He evaluates in his heart that although the divine power exceeds that of the death knight, it is difficult to match the actual combat effect of the death knight because he is not proficient in the first mastery. On the contrary, the element mantra mobilizes the power of the four elements, which is more attractive to him. Good equipment. Wayne is very satisfied. He disperses the power of the element mantra and returns the knight sword to Muro with both hands. Wayne, don't you want to try the new power? Mura asked in confusion. When he was recognized by the element mantra, he was so excited that he played for 3 days and 3 nights before he calmed down. Wayne is so mature, and the obvious contrast makes him quite ashamed. Looking back at himself, he seems like a kid who got a new toy, too childish. No, I can only communicate with the element mantra with the permission of Mr. Mura. I can't exert the full power of this sword. Using it rashly will only bring shame to him. Wayne looked sincere. It's just a God-chosen knight. He has been there 3 times. There's nothing to be excited about. Wayne's performance made Mura very satisfied. The young man suddenly gained powerful strength, but he still adhered to his heart and was not controlled by desire. This was far better than him. Mura praised Wayne's talent and admired his mentality. He believed that he would become the best natural knight. Mura put away the element mantra and encouraged, Wayne, you don't need to be discouraged. The God-chosen knight is not strong in an instant. It requires unremitting training. You feel weak just because the time is too short. In addition, your own magician realm is also related to the ability of the God-chosen knight. Work hard and you will definitely surpass me in the future. Of course, I can't give you the element mantra now. I still have tasks in the frozen continent, but please rest assured that it won't be long before the element mantra will belong to you alone. It doesn't matter if it belongs to you alone. Wayne never thought of monopolizing the element mantra. Just like Shadow Nightmare and Twilight Despair, he hoped that someone would stand in front of him, otherwise the goddess would pay attention to him, and he, a slave of 3 families, would definitely be unlucky. The goddess would definitely not believe the nonsense like I'm practicing my skills outside for you, and I'm just playing with them. Mura has an important task to do, but he is not in a position to reveal the specific task. He doesn't know what he thought of, and said to Wayne, maybe I will need your help in the near future, but it's very dangerous. Be prepared. During this time, get familiar with the elemental mantra and try to make yourself stronger as soon as possible. Mura's words were incoherent. He didn't want to reveal too much. He just asked Wayne to be mentally prepared and shared the control of the elemental mantra. When he didn't use the elemental mantra, Wayne could transform into a knight to hone his combat skills. Natural knight. Headless knight, square root. By the way, if I really need your help at that time, remember to find a mount for yourself. The life armor will give the other party powerful power. Even an ordinary racehorse can become a magical life with wisdom and good ability, Mura reminded. Wayne tilted his head. Can the undead warhorse be used? It should not be possible. Wayne, do you have any ideas? I thought of a dragon. Giant dragon, Mura was surprised. Where did the dragon come from? Why didn't he encounter such a good thing? A magician with dragon blood can barely be considered a dragon. Wayne thought for a while. There was no horse racing, but Senna had one. There was no need to wait for Veronica to grow up, there was a suitable one right now. Give it a try when you get back. Wonderful, the Dragon Knight's dream has come true. Veronica, don't be sad, he is just practicing skills outside and playing casually with Senna. Mr. Mullah, I have a heartfelt request. Wayne scratched his head. You may not believe it, but I was assassinated at the church headquarters some time ago. I shouldn't have mentioned this to you, but I understand what you mean, and I believe what happened before. Mullah shook his head and wanted to say something, but finally gave up and said instead, don't be afraid, the elemental mantra will protect you. One more thing. Wayne described the situation in the Kirigakura forest and said sadly, I wanted to take them out and give them a resting place, but Teacher Senna told me that the undead cannot leave the Kirigakura forest, and the Kirigakura forest is the property of the church. I am not qualified to do this unless I can become the God's chosen knight. Is this what motivates you to become the God's chosen knight? Well, they are so pitiful. Mullah was so moved that he said nothing and patted Wayne hard on the shoulder. Young man, stick to your heart, but remember that simple kindness can lead to nightmares. Don't give away your kindness casually. Will be used by conspirators. Thank you for your teaching. The door opened, and several people who were looking forward to it immediately stepped forward. Mullah put her arm around Wayne's shoulders, chatting and laughing, ignoring other expectant looks, and gave Gavin a thumbs up. Well done. Gavin smiled slightly and drank from the wine bottle. This was the best news he had heard in recent years, which proved that he had good taste and was quite happy. Mr. Mullah, is candidate Wayne successful? Pope Ludwig asked respectfully, his intuition telling him that it was probably done, and he was lucky enough to get another answer. Wayne is going to be a natural rider after me. Mullah spoke concisely and to the point, extinguishing the little flame in the Pope's heart. Then he looked at the people present and said in a deep voice, you are all at the top of the church. I hope you can keep the secret and don't make fun of your future. Death is really it's terrible. Mr. Mullah, please rest assured. I swear to the goddess that no one will reveal the secret of the knight's inheritance. Hearing the obvious threat, the Pope and the great prophet nodded repeatedly. The two of them felt lonely. Even though they were extremely sad, they still pretended to be happy, congratulating Wayne and looking forward to the future of the church. It's hard to say what the future of the church will be like. The great prophet to-be saw his own future, squatting in the prophet's hall, working hard day and night. He is so difficult. Pope Ludwig was even more worried. Looking at Senna, whose eyes were shining next to him, he knew that this woman had already started planning. The world is not worth it, so grab some more things, pack your luggage and prepare to report to the kingdom of God. Hurry, before Wayne becomes the true chosen knight, otherwise. Ludwig secretly cursed them as trash. Virgil and Circe were simply a disgrace to the magic world. The two gold mages had sneak attacks and assassinations, but they failed to kill a single silver mage. Ludwig's smile remained unchanged, and he still congratulated Wayne for his bright future. He wanted to say something more, but Senna blocked his view. Bah, bitch, you are lucky this time. One more thing, the hidden mist forest. Mullah mentioned the failed philosopher's stone and asked for it in the name of testing the successor. Ludwig was about to say something when Senna took a quick step and headed straight for the church headquarters. That being the case, that's the arrangement. Mullah directly decided that he did not want to be with the Pope and the great prophet, and also expressed his indifference towards Senna. The first two were hot-faced and cold but, and left in frustration after a few polite words. Senna ran very fast and survived, only to realize that the clothes behind her were soaked with cold sweat. Others don't know what Wayne is, but she knows her stuff in her heart, lest he be exposed when he accepts the inheritance. When that time comes, Wayne will definitely let her take the back seat and challenge the natural knight, the Pope and the great prophet alone. It's scary to think about it, you're dead. Senna regretted it so much that she wanted Wayne to give her a chance to change her sincerity. Forget it about Veronica, she wants to be he. Mullah and Gavin chatted alone for a few words. He was on a mission and could not stay for long. He agreed to come back next time to play cards with Gavin and disappeared into the mountains and forests in a hurry. Look at the direction and prepare to go to the frozen continent on your legs. Villa. Wayne was wearing life armor, holding the elemental mantra in his hand, and was dented in several shapes. Veronica's eyes across from her were filled with little stars. Mentioning the sun and moon night to her was too far away for her to understand. As a disciple of the goddess of nature, she only knew about the nature night. Seeing that Wayne has become the heir to the nights and will be the unique god's choice in the future, I am excited and admired, and my face turns red with joy. But soon, she was speechless. The trash of society can actually become God's chosen one, and the goddess's vision is not that good either. Goddess, if you are deceived by society's rubbish diaries, just blink. Before Wayne's look was finished, the chosen mount appeared in the garden of the villa. Senna was holding a translucent grey stone. Seeing Wayne's night look, her eyes were blurred and she couldn't help but feel short of breath. The god's chosen knight really did it? Senna was still a little unbelievable, as if she was dreaming. Veronica spread her hands and stood in front of Wayne like a food protector, not allowing Senna to look around. Somehow, Veronica felt that Senna's eyes were very dangerous. She also knew in her heart what the chosen knight meant to the disciples of faith. This is a ticket to freely enter and exit the bedroom. No believer can refuse the chosen knight. For a time, Veronica was under great pressure. The social garbage was getting better and better, and there were more and more competitors. For example, the one in front of her, Veronica looked at it from all directions and saw the word cannibalism in Senna's eyes. Shameless, he is your student's student, and he has a fiancé. Senna. This girl is finished, she is completely hopeless, wake up quickly, the man behind you can even deceive the goddess. Don't make trouble, you look like Willie. Wayne touched Veronica's blonde head and gave Senna a look, and the latter opened the dark area and walked in with the armored natural knight. Veronica wanted to follow in, but was stopped by Senna. She smiled beautifully, giving Veronica a swaying slender background. The dark area closed, and the voice of the bad teacher came out, Veronica, be good, go back and do your homework, Wayne, and I will talk about some adult things. Veronica, ye. Sci-fi, look at the teacher you found. It's okay to choose a husband, but you are also such a failure in choosing a teacher. You have ruined your daughter. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 257. Senna, what are you doing? Why are you teasing Veronica? Assist. Really? You are so kind? Wayne sneered and said disdainfully, let me guess. You have been teaching Veronica for a while, treating her as teacher Sci-fi, and by the way, treating me as Austin. You want Veronica to wake up a little, right? You think too much. Okay, I think too much. Wayne raised his arm, took off the finger guard, put it on Senna's slender waist, opened his 5 fingers, and wrapped it down. Senna hurriedly stepped back and left, lowered her head to suppress her breathing, not wanting Wayne to see her embarrassed look. Why do you want to avoid it? What about the assist you promised? Wayne glanced at Senna, your thoughts are no secret to me. I know what you are thinking. For the sake of Veronica, I won't teach you this time. Senna took a deep breath, suppressed the charming desire in her heart, and followed Wayne obediently. Like Veronica, she couldn't figure out whether the goddess was blind. Plop! An arm fell to the ground. Senna was used to growing new arms. Recently, she studied the new body and mind. She could only say that everything was good except disgusting. After getting used to it, the weird new life had a unique beauty, mysterious and ancient, indescribable, and was a will and life level above everything else. The more Senna studied herself, the more obsessed she became with faith, and she longed to get more knowledge from Wayne. Why did you lose your arm again? Did you say something bad about me? Wayne didn't care, secretly encouraged Senna to continue struggling, and said, continue to irritate Veronica, I agree with this behavior, it doesn't count as an offense to me. Senna was stunned when he heard this. You are right, Veronica is teacher Sci-fi, I am Austin, and they don't have a good eye for choosing men. Wayne admitted that he was a scumbag. I can't tell the truth to Veronica, but you are different. Telling the truth is not offensive. Senna still didn't understand. Wayne sent a message directly through his mind, saying that he was going to be a scumbag clearly. As an outsider who understood the situation, Senna could enlighten Veronica. Why don't you just tell her directly? Why do you have to ask me to say something? Senna frowned suddenly. After she made it clear, she didn't want to do it anymore. The reason is simple. The more blame she carries, the greater the guilt, and the more obvious the reason for abandonment. She doesn't want to be abandoned. Just like the God-chosen knight inheritance assessment just now, if Wayne's identity is exposed, she will definitely be thrown out as cannon fodder. Senna knew that Wayne could hear her thoughts. Seeing that Wayne didn't say a word, she felt very aggrieved. She said with a stiff upper lip, my mind and body have been dedicated to you. I don't want to be dispensable. I long to stay by your side forever. Who am I? Lord, Lord. Senna couldn't say it. She hadn't adapted yet and still wanted to be Sci-fi. Senna, this is not how you should be a follower. The loyalty you show is not absolute. You have to learn to move on your own, not just move when I tell you to. If loyalty is not absolute, then it is absolutely disloyal. Why should I value you? Wayne said bluntly, you can't be my teacher, and I don't have much hope for you, but it's hard to say what the future will be like. Maybe one day you will adapt. The future is not very good. Senna's face was bitter. She was extremely eager for faith. It wouldn't be long before she would lose her mind. She couldn't imagine what it would be like then. It would be very bad. Then give you a chance. Wayne raised his hand and touched Senna's forehead, and said slowly, I allow you to keep yourself because of teacher Sci-fi's face. Remember to be grateful to her. When her fingertips touched her forehead, a strange wave of thoughts spread in Senna's mind. She was free. Although she still had a desire for faith, it was no longer as strong as before. The body was not so sensitive, and it would not lose control instantly because of close contact with faith. Senna felt lighter and her steps were much faster. She gritted her teeth and said, Master, thank you for the new life given by the believer Senna Kislana. I will dance for you for the rest of my life. It sounds weird, just call me by my name. Wayne refused to call him master. It was too weird. He felt that if he heard it a few more times, he would have strange thoughts about Senna. The two came to the square in front of the hall. Wayne explained Mura's situation. From what Mr. Mura said, he encountered trouble in the frozen continent. The situation that can make the chosen knights of God in a mess must be not simple. You will be my mount at that time. Senna. Just because she can turn into a dragon doesn't mean she is a dragon. Would it be inappropriate to ride her? Senna hesitated for a moment and acquiesced to Wayne's arrangement. Believers are the cattle and horses of faith. Mounts are just called by a different name. They are essentially the same. You are good at comforting yourself, Wayne interrupted. Senna turned her head and pretended not to hear. If you want to ride, just hurry up. She finally found a reason. Why so much nonsense? After thinking about it, she found that her body did not collapse. She realized that Wayne had untied a few more restraints. To be fair, Senna admired this very much. If the master and servant were swapped, she would definitely not be so generous. She would only change the tricks. No, I thought too much. Ah, these ideas are good, I adopted them, let's play slowly when we have a chance. Wayne patted Senna on the shoulder and said to the pale latter, You have such a good imagination. Keep it up. Whatever you can think of, I will graciously satisfy you. Senna's face turned bitter and she had no idea. She took off her robe, untied a few restraints, and transformed into a dragon in the center of the square. The dragon's body is dark green, and its scales look like they are carved from jade. It looks slender and elegant from a distance, but is full of power when seen up close. Its fangs, sharp claws, and slowly exuding dragon power perfectly combine the greatness of life and the mystery of nature. That was before, but not anymore. Both life and nature reveal a paleness. The green dragon is not pure. Aside from her beautiful shell, the interior is filled with layers of entangled winding lines of tentacles. Wayne jumped on the back of the green dragon. The latter wanted to struggle but held back. Training a dragon is not easy. Veronica likes Wayne so much, but still expressed her resistance in the dream. If Wayne had not polluted Senna, he would never be able to ride it in this life. Wayne rode the dragon and moved around in a flash, practicing several expected combination skills. The special effects were great, but the actual combat effect was average. The Dragon Knight and the dragon are very different in size. Adding the two does not have the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. On the contrary, Wayne's flexibility and Green Dragon's mobility are both restricted. It's better to ride a horse. Wayne doesn't care, he just wants to be a Dragon Knight. He stood on the back of the Green Dragon, held up the elemental mantra, and shaped an elemental sword in the air. The life armor radiated light and covered the Green Dragon under him with a layer of white armor of the same material. Senna has received epic level strengthening, her physical activity has been further enhanced, and she has the ability to learn to imitate. In just a few breaths, she absorbed the life power of the white armor and permanently preserved part of it in her body. So delicious. 2 hours later, Wayne finished the fitting practice. Senna put on the dragon scale tights. Her rounded curves were so graceful and smooth that Wayne couldn't help but take a few more glances. Senna's eyelids twitched. This was the situation she was most worried about before. If Faith stretched out its tentacles towards her, would she obey it or not? You can resist. Sorry, I just thought of other things and didn't talk to you. Wayne clenched his fists and coughed twice. When he saw that the tights were transformed into other clothes, and it was a very old-fashioned long skirt and underwear, he couldn't help but raise his hand to stop. That's not okay. You have such a good figure but such bad taste. Wayne took 2 steps forward and said, as a fashion designer, I really can't stand it anymore. Listen to me and dress like this from now on. Wayne's thought transmission compressed package contains the new clothing styles he summarized while studying Mona. According to He, they are too advanced and difficult for the public to accept. If worn in public, you will be fined by the police. Senna clicked on the compressed package to unzip it, and turned her head away after just one glance. She was beautiful, but also ashamed. It was better to let her die. Stop talking nonsense and change it for me quickly. After struggling for half an hour, Senna tightened her robe tightly. The new clothes were very uncomfortable to wear, but she did not dare to change back. She prayed that Wayne would return to London quickly. If she continued like this, she would go crazy sooner or later. You have gone crazy. It was me who put your mind back together. Can you stop looking at her thoughts and keep the agreed upon personal privacy? I'll try my best. Wayne was extremely satisfied and praised, you have a great figure. It would be a pity not to come back to London with me to work as a model. Why don't you consider resigning from your position as the High Priest of the Oracle and become my full-time secretary in the future? Senna turned her head and looked aside, saying nothing and thinking nothing, letting Faith figure it out on its own. That's the default. I'm not, I didn't. Tisk, not loyal at all. Wayne stopped in time and did not continue training, for fear that raising the threshold would reduce future happiness. It was good like this now. I hope Senna would work hard to maintain it and never give up on herself and figure it out. Wayne did not exit the natural night state, but took out the half-finished Philosopher's Stone and looked at it. This Philosopher's Stone is a failure. Inside is the hidden forest of darkness and death. You can unfold the world inside, or you can enter directly. Senna took the initiative to popularize science. It is said that the finished Philosopher's Stone does not have an internal world. It is a crystal stone as red as blood. The one in your hand retains the achievements of the legendary mage during his lifetime and can only be regarded as a solidified life force field. If you hold this stone and enter the Kirigakura forest, you can enter the inner core and intuitively feel darkness and death, but few people do this. That's two. Senna stopped mid-sentence. Others can't, but Wayne can. The dual night of darkness and death, when this stone fell into Wayne's hands, it was no different than returning it to its original owner. For a moment, Senna couldn't help but suspect that the reason why Wayne wanted the hidden mist forest was purely because he was greedy for the power of darkness and death, and wanted to strengthen his knight ability. Don't judge me by your moral standards, I am very kind. Wayne snorted and led Senna into the Kirigakura forest. Click, click, click. Wayne stepped on the dead branches and leaves. The powerful life breath of the nature knight was incompatible with this forest full of darkness and death. Under the influence of the powerful energy, the surrounding forest slowly exuded a new trend. Senna was extremely envious. It was not so easy to adapt to the change of faith. She recognized Wayne as the master, but she still retained respect for the goddess of nature. With the living natural knight so close in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of worship. This admiration far exceeded her respect for Mulla. Senna curled her lips and worshipped for a long time, but she still blindly worshipped her faith. She couldn't refuse Wayne, so she was probably useless. It's not a big problem, she can still persist. Girls, I'm here. Wayne opened his hands and let the Book of Greed send out an invitation to give 12 unlucky men a chance to live a new life. Humble prayers, resentful dead in vain, I hear your wails. Under the witness of the sacred contract, everything you have belongs to me. You can keep the past but lose the future. You have been given a chance to be reborn. You will become a spirit of vengeance, wielding the butcher knife for your master, your God, and me. Wayne happily waited for the girl group to start, but soon, he discovered that something seemed wrong. A few days ago there were 12 unlucky ones, and recently there were 2 more. You immoral bastards, can't you just calm down for a while? Wayne glared at Senna. The latter was extremely unjust. The hidden mist forest was basically the work of the Pope, and she had never done such a thing. Even if she was a white-eyed wolf student, she just cut off contact and did not kill him. I know, but the Pope is not here, so I have to do it for you. Wayne shrugged, sent out 14 labor contracts, and waited for the other party to sign. He glanced at the 2 unlucky newcomers, acted subconsciously, and his face gradually darkened. He knew these 2 figures, one of them was very familiar. Ottilia. How is it possible? Wayne froze in place, staring at the shadow on the page. His emotions fluctuated violently, and the breath of life around him was surging, rendering the surrounding dead forest reborn. The thick fog of death and darkness was driven away, and the forest was bathed in infinite vitality. Green leaves sprouted on the branches, spreading their emerald green leaves in the direction of the god's chosen knight. Everything is wonderful. Senna didn't think so. She felt strong oppression from her faith, and the cold killing intent tortured her mind and body, making her miserable. She cried out in pain, knelt down on the ground weakly, and said with a pale face, "Master, what did I do wrong?" The next second, the pain dissipated. Senna seemed to have just been fished out of the water, her whole body was soaked in sweat, her hands were shaking and she was leaning on the ground, her eyes were blank and unable to focus, and she felt like she was dead again. Looking up again, Wayne was nowhere to be found. White light passed through the thick fog, and the afterimages disappeared in an instant. Along the way, the scattered energy injects vitality into life, forcibly reversing the concepts of life and death, cutting through the fog-hidden forest, leaving an isolation zone full of life. Wayne quickly came to a big tree, his thoughts dispersed, and he sensed the two corpses buried deep in the ground. He raised his hand expressionlessly and carefully pulled them out of the ground. The soil rolled, and a cold, cold air of death filled the surrounding area. Wayne knelt down and raised his hand to brush his face as stiff as ice. "Why is it you? Why don't you just study in the library instead of participating in some bullshit saint selection?" Suddenly, Wayne thought of something and hurriedly held his breath, spreading out the huge life force burning like a flame from his fingertips. The gentle energy traveled throughout Odelia's body, dispelling the coldness of death and injecting new life. The gray skin returned to smoothness and delicateness, the blood and flesh cells were revitalized, and the heart in the chest began to beat slowly. Hot. Wayne was overjoyed and praised the three female teachers crazily. If it weren't for their deep sisterly love, pure natural knights would definitely not have such a life and death reversal move. It didn't take long before the smile on Wayne's face sank again. No matter how much life force is injected, it can only resurrect Odelia's body. Her mind does not exist and is wandering around in the form of a wraith. Impossible. Wayne snorted coldly and inserted the elemental mantra into the ground with his backhand. He exited the natural night vest and pulled out Shadow Nightmare and Twilight Desperate in succession. 3 artifacts of the chosen knights appeared at the same time. The scene was so spectacular that Senna, who was chasing after them, was stunned. Watching the Death Knight transform the resentful spirit into a normal soul, and personally guide the soul into the body, he held his breath tightly and did not dare to make a sound. Senna wanted to tell Wayne that there was no need to waste his efforts. The boundaries between life and death represented the starting point and the end point respectively. Even the chosen knight could not break the boundaries to complete the cycle. The girl is dead. Dare to think, dare not speak, for fear of becoming a punching bag. Just as Senna thought, Wayne tried several times but was unable to truly awaken Odelia. Odelia got rid of the ghost state, and her soul came into contact with Wayne. She watched the 3 chosen knights jumping sideways repeatedly, and opened her mouth into an O shape in excitement. The translucent look was so cute. Wayne didn't feel cute, he was full of heartache. The bone hand of death stretched out and passed through the translucent face. "Sorry, I'm late." Odelia smiled slightly, grabbed the bone hand and put it on her translucent face. Her resentment was relieved and her body became more transparent. "Idiot, who satisfied you? Rightward arrow. Give me hate, think of your resentment, think of the pain of death, and live with the curse of ugliness." Wayne was almost frightened to death, and hurriedly signed Odelia's contract, and got the 3rd vengeful spirit before the other party disappeared. It's very dangerous, just a little bit away from Odelia's death. Ha ha ha. Under Senna's stunned gaze, the corpse sat up on her back and breathed greedily for air. She patted the dirt on her body, hugged the Death Knight and jumped up and down. "Wayne, you are actually a Death Knight. There are also Dark Knights and Natural Knights. What kind of monster are you? Why haven't I heard you mention them before? What's the matter with the spirit of vengeance? After signing this master-servant contract, you won't be cruel to me in the future, right?" The literary girl jumped and danced, and was extremely happy to be resurrected from the dead. Wayne looked at Odelia, who was forcing herself to be happy and trying to dispel sadness, and dispelled the state of the Death Knight, and reached out to hold her in his arms. "Sorry, I'm late." Odelia's arms were stiff, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. She snorted and buried her head in Wayne's chest and sobbed softly. The crying became louder and louder, and in the end, she howled and cried, and the little pearl couldn't stop her face from being covered with tears, and the image of the literary girl disappeared. Wayne was distressed and patted Odelia's back gently. "Cry, cry, it's okay to cry." While comforting Odelia, he looked at the pages of the Spirit of Vengeance, and flashbacks passed by his eyes. When Odelia was young, she met Saint Flora. With longing and admiration, she became her student and began her journey as a magician. Flora's situation in the church was not good. She had limited power and was a pawn of the Pope. He secretly cultivated Odelia, injected her with the blood of the phoenix, and strictly guarded her, prohibiting her from appearing in public. Phoenix. Bird in a cage, square root. Gradually, Odelia developed a good habit of reading. She had no friends and could only spend her time reading. Soon, Wayne appeared in the picture. The bird in the cage was very envious of his free lifestyle and was impressed. "This is a pervert. He has many girlfriends. He wants to chase me." Similar to Senna's high-pressure discipline of SPHY, Flora got the same result. Odelia entered the rebellious period. She knew it was not allowed, but still dated Wayne in the cinema. Odelia participated in the selection of saints and lost to Wayne. She felt guilty about Flora's training for many years, unloaded the burden, and looked forward to the upcoming free life. The last picture, in the misty forest, Odelia's blood was taken away by Flora, her life breath withered, and the world in front of her was dark. She resented her teacher, the church, her own weakness, and the injustice of fate. She lived for her teacher's dream for 20 years, looking forward to the stars and the moon, and finally she could live for herself, but the symbol of life came to an abrupt end. Wayne glanced at the Book of Greed. Odelia brought him two skills, super memory and fire element affinity. Two dispensable skills. Wayne's memory was not bad to begin with. He could learn anything quickly with a photographic memory. Fire element affinity. Let's talk about super memory, at least this skill is interesting. "Flora. It's you again." Wayne narrowed his eyes and glanced at Regina's body on the ground. If the information was correct, both of them were killed by Flora. No, it should be the Pope behind Flora. "Old thing, you are dead." 13 contracts for migrant workers were delivered. The ghosts were very active and refused to give up the chance of rebirth. They dressed up like fairies and tried to make themselves more attractive. "Rolled up?" Wayne didn't look at it. He was busy comforting Odelia. The latter perfectly interpreted that women are made of water. She cried for half an hour and the little pearl never stopped. After venting her grievances, she stood quietly aside, looked at Regina who had the same experience, and then looked at Wayne. "Since we are here, let's save her too." Wayne nodded, and just as he was about to sign Regina's contract, he raised his hand and touched Odelia's face. "No other meaning, I'll check your body and see how to treat Regina." Wayne stretched out his hands and checked Odelia's half-dead body. Unlike Aubin and Abio, Odelia's flesh was fresh and plastic. At first glance, she was no different from a living person, not like a magical life. Odelia's body can be resurrected through the power of the nature knight, and Regina can naturally be resurrected as well. Wayne suddenly had an idea and tried to transform Aubin and Abio after returning so that they could walk under the sun. Because Odelia resurrected her body before signing the contract, Aubin and Abio had already signed the contract and their forms were fixed. Wayne was not sure whether it would succeed, so he made a temporary plan. Wayne repeated the same trick, the nature knight resurrected Regina's body, and the death knight transformed the vengeful spirit into a soul. After several attempts, he failed to truly resurrect, and left his name on the contract. Regina sat up with her arms, staring at Wayne and the 3 god-chosen knight swords inserted behind him in amazement. Each sword corresponds to a god-chosen knight, and represents the recognition of a goddess. So what is going on? "Sorry, I seem to be late." Wayne apologized, exited the knight vest and opened his hands. "How about it, do you want to embrace your new life?" Regina smiled embarrassedly. but, forget it. Another day, next time for sure. Regina's flashback is much happier than Odelia's. She comes from a wealthy family and has a twin sister. She has never had to worry about food and clothing since she was a child, and she works hard to become a saint. The aura of genius makes Regina very proud. A good education prevents her from being arrogant. She is arrogant, but she knows how to respect her opponents, which is reflected in the previous battle. Regina resented the church, worried that her sister would be treated the same way, and resented that her magic journey had ended here. Although she was dead, she still refused to accept it. If she was given a chance to live again, she would use her talent to prove that the top leaders were blind. She was not a discarded child, she should have been better than the saint. Then, Wayne, as a death knight, summoned the remaining 12 vengeful spirits to his side, trying to find their bodies and give them a chance to resurrect. This time it was really late, at least 20 years late. The bodies of the 12 saint candidates were buried in the misty forest, eroded by darkness and death, and nothing was left. Wayne secretly thought it was a pity, and signed the contracts continuously. The scenes flashed in front of his eyes, and one illusory figure after another condensed around him. Sif. Lisbeth. Roma. Buten. The 12 saint candidates had been dead for many years, the shortest being 20 years. Time had made them forget their memories before they died, and they only existed as vengeful spirits. The reason they can survive for such a long time is, on the one hand, because they have the blood of the phoenix in their lifetime, and on the other hand, the darkness and death power of the mist-hidden forest are indispensable. In the dark, perhaps God also pities them, and when Wayne comes, he gets the ticket to the resurrection match of rebirth. These 12 saint candidates lost their bodies and were transformed into magical lives by the Book of Greed. They exist in the form of spirits. They are born close to darkness and death, and have a strong control over the fire element. Because of the Book of Greed, they regained their lost memories, remembered their names, and reshaped their beauty in their lifetime. The appearance of the saint candidates is unquestionable. 2 fresh beauties plus 12 spirits with their own flavors, the scene is as spectacular as the appearance of 3 knight swords at the same time. Senna was stunned. Wayne showed his ability to surpass the chosen knights of God. In a very short time, he created 14 followers with limited materials. Moreover, the life forms of these followers are completely different from hers. As expected of her faith, new secrets can be revealed every time she approaches. Senna knew that this idea was wrong. Curiosity would generate attraction, followed by depravity, but she did not suppress her admiration. The scene in front of her was worthy of admiration. Wayne did not observe the beautiful scenery around him. The 12 saint candidates brought him a lot of abilities, and each of them had affinity with the element of fire. The same abilities were repeatedly superimposed, and the quantitative change led to qualitative change, bringing Wayne's affinity for the element of fire to an unprecedented level. He looked strange, turned around and looked at Senna, his eyes were fiery and bright red, and a high-temperature beam suddenly shot out. Hot vision. Senna was not allowed to fight back, and she was hit in the face and felt hot. Her beautiful head evaporated and disappeared in an instant. No wonder I can't meet my Clark. It turns out that Superman is me. Wayne looked at the skill bar. Flying, super hearing, supervision, affinity for the element of fire, these newly acquired or secondary enhanced abilities are almost all closely related to the Phoenix. Especially the affinity of fire element, which can be divided into several parts: fire element immunity, fire element energy absorption, and energy release. Thermal vision is a kind of energy release, which can be released by eyes or other parts. Wayne took a deep breath and suppressed his eagerness. Now is not the time to talk about this. The most urgent task is to subdue the 14 spirits of revenge. He looked around and was more and more shocked. The girls were more amazing than each other. Pick any one of them, and their looks are extremely durable. It's bad. It seems that he has bad intentions and saves people to open a harem. Why are they so beautiful? Now it's good. The misunderstanding is too big and can't be washed away. Wayne raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat. Surrounded by 14 fragrant beauties, his eyes were either surprised or confused, and there was also a lot of admiration. He subconsciously straightened his chest. Girls, are you ready for revenge? X14. The beauties were stunned at first, and then gathered together to whisper. Have you read the indenture? It's too dark. Only by obeying him can you get magic power. What if he is a bad guy? No, Wayne is not that kind of person. Yeah, I think so too. He is a knight chosen by God. He can't be a bad guy. The Pope is also a good person. He represents the goddess and the church, but what is the result? After all, he is chosen by God. Wake up, 3 goddesses chose him. Isn't that even more powerful? Now that you put it that way, it's really powerful. I want revenge. I won't refuse him. What about you? I miss home. X14. After a brief exchange, the saint candidates put forward 2 representatives. Odelia. Regina. Wayne. After discussing for a long time, you chose the traitor. You are really amazing. Wayne glanced at Odelia, who raised her lips slightly, indicating that she would stand on Wayne's side and help take down these good sisters. Wayne was so touched that he rejected Odelia's kindness. They were all poor people. He didn't want to take advantage of them. He just had to follow the contract. Odelia smiled even more and turned to look at her good sisters. What did she say? This guy is still okay. Sisters, let's go. Master. Regina spoke according to the contract and felt her mouth burning. If it was a knight chosen by God, it wouldn't matter if he was called master, but she knew Wayne and had fought with him before. They were competitors and had equal status. Although he didn't win, he was severely punished. I don't like this name, just call me by my name. Wayne took a step back. Master or something, 14 maids, all so beautiful, something will happen sooner or later, forget it. God has mercy on him, he really came to save people, and he didn't want his original intention to become hard one day. We discussed it and thank you very much for your kindness. If you can help us fulfill our wish, we are willing to become your spirit of revenge, Regina said. Who do you want to take revenge on? The church. The scope is too large, I can't do it. Wayne waved his hands repeatedly. Sci-fi and Veronica are also members of the Church of Nature, and Sci-fi is the high priest. Then the Pope. This is okay. This is not okay either. Just when Wayne nodded in agreement, Senna interrupted, walked quickly behind Wayne, and whispered, the Pope is the highest authority in the church, he can't die. After the words fell, the 14 beauties glared at her. Senna's expression did not change until Wayne also glared at her, then she changed her words and said, at least the Pope cannot die while in office. His death will have a major impact on the church, the Life Alliance, and even the entire belief structure of the chosen continent. Senna talked about a lot of great truths, and she also wanted to kill the Pope, but now it's not possible. The Pope's status and position determine that he cannot die during his term of office. The Pope can't die, but Ludwig can, Senna insisted. As she said, she talked about the Pope's strength, the suppression realm, and he could become a demigod at any time. Only the natural knight has the ability to kill him. To put it bluntly, 14 little girls are not the Pope's opponent even if they rush up. Forget it, change your revenge target. The beauties were indignant. This is not okay, and that is not okay. Life is really boring. It is better to die. Not that it is not okay. Wayne looked at the 3 knight swords in front of him and squinted his eyes and said, the Pope cannot die. Ludwig can. He can't always be the Pope. Sooner or later, he will step down. The beauties were delighted and praised Wayne's handsomeness. The latter was expressionless. He only told the truth. He really doesn't know how to praise people. Don't be happy too early. The Pope has been in office for 200 years. He can hold on for another 200 years. Can you really wait that long? Senna sneered repeatedly. Although she didn't know what Wayne did, she understood part of it. After Wayne reshaped the vengeful spirits, he gave them a fair and just transaction contract out of consideration for their pity. No matter what level, she didn't get fair treatment. Senna herself was unhappy and couldn't bear to see others happy. She put forward facts and reason to make the vengeful spirits quiet down. I am willing to become the spirit of revenge. I believe Wayne will help me fulfill my wish. Odelia stood up. It's been too long. I don't want to waste time in this ghost place. Anyway, I'm going to wait outside. Regina waited for a moment. Revenge is important, but her sister's life is more important. She followed Odelia and voted for Wayne. Blind obedience, human individual dependence. When a person encounters difficulties or problems that cannot be solved alone in life, he tends to rely on others, subconsciously give up thinking, and seek the sense of security of the crowd. Under the leadership of Odelia and Regina, 12 beauties followed suit. Spirit of Vengeance @ 14. Wayne. Looking at the innocent Odelia, and then at Senna who sneered, he was choked for a moment and didn't know what to say. After thinking about it, he decided to follow his heart. Since you trust me so much, I won't say anything empty and pretentious. I can't kill the Pope now, but I can help you collect some interest. Wayne looked at everyone. The mastermind behind this is the Pope, and there are others who killed you. Tell me their names and I will bring them here. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 258. The Dark Realm opens, and Wayne and Senna walk out of it. Veronica, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly stepped forward and pretended to be close to Wayne, but in fact she blocked Senna and sniffed Wayne's scent without leaving any trace. Just curious, what takes so long to talk about? First love is like this. The emotional world is full of ups and downs. When you see your sweetheart approaching someone else of the opposite sex, you can't help but think about it. And they all think of bad things. Veronica's hostility was undisguised. Senna saw it in her eyes and taunted her in her heart. What's the use of guarding against her, guarding against those saint candidates? There are 14 in total, one for every day, and it takes half a month. The Dragon Blood generation was not as good as the previous one. Senna suddenly discovered that Veronica was far worse than Sci-fi, at least Austin was not. Oh, Austin doesn't have this ability. Snored. Veronica glanced at Senna from the corner of her eye, took Wayne's arm and communicated in a low voice. There was no place for Senna in the atmosphere, so outsiders should be more aware, disappear quickly and don't become a light bulb. Veronica, are you done with your homework? It's written. I'll arrange a few more for you. 5 minutes later, Veronica went to the study room angrily. She looked back and saw Wayne and Senna leaving the villa together. Thoughts about gains and losses came to mind, and her mentality was confused again. Falling in love affects learning, this is really not just a saying. On the tree-lined trail, Wayne holds the half-finished Philosopher's Stone in his hand and tries to bring out 14 beauties. The effect of triggering the earthbound spirit can be brought out, but it will consume his magic power. Even Odelia and Regina, who have living bodies, are no exception. Wayne frowned, told Senna the situation, and asked her what she thought. The signing of the 14 vengeful spirits was purely out of goodwill. He didn't think too much about it at the time. The appearance of Odelia made him feel the need to think about it. Placed in the Kirigakura forest, the 14 vengeful spirits are equivalent to vases, with almost no other use except for being useless. With this stone, you can enter the core of the Kirigakura forest, where the legendary mage's lifelong insights are condensed. According to Senna, the Kirigakura forest can be destroyed, and it can be destroyed if it can be made into nature. The premise is to destroy the core of the Kirigakura forest, the darkness and death entrenched in the entire forest. This is not a big problem for Wayne, he is both the Dark Knight and the Death Knight. Senna estimated that it would take Wayne some time to do it, 3 to 5 days, which wouldn't take much time. After 3 or 5 days, do you look down on me or the Book of Greed? What the legendary mage has learned in his life is not enough to fill the Book of Greed. 3 to 5 seconds at most, no more. After Senna finished telling her story, she opened her mouth to ask something. The contract of the vengeful spirit was unheard of and did not fall within the abilities of the chosen knight. She was curious about what secrets Wayne was hiding. She knew she wouldn't get a reply if she said it, so she just kept repeating it in her mind, waiting for Wayne to hear her thoughts. Don't you have a very rich imagination? You can just guess. Wayne did not give an explanation. He just wanted to say whatever Senna thought. The Book of Greed is his biggest secret. The knight's vest can be exposed, but the Book of Greed cannot. Even the vengeful spirits who signed the contract with Wayne, including Aubin who first followed Wayne, were unaware of the existence of the Book of Greed. He is simple-minded and does whatever he says, so he is very happy. Senna is not in the category of simple-minded. The legendary mage is well informed. When encountering magic that cannot be understood, he is extremely curious and feels as unhappy as a cat scratching his heart. Wayne didn't say anything, so she had no choice but to say, "Those people are from the Pope." They were ordered to deal with unqualified saint candidates and handed the matter to the Pope. Therefore, they are deeply under the Pope's control trust. You just got the Kirigakura forest, and these people disappeared for no reason. The Pope will definitely doubt you. Senna frowned and said, "You have passed the test of the God's chosen knight and have Mr. Mullah's support. The Pope will not dare to do anything to you if he knows about it, but in private, he will definitely make some small moves." Senna gave several examples. The Pope was unable to deal with Wayne and would take action against those around Wayne. In the name of the Church, not a personal vendetta. Take Hepe for example. Every powerful person integrated into the political environment has shady stains on his hands, more or less. Hepe is the high priest of the Windsor subdivision. In order to stabilize his position and regain power, he must have made many calculations and compromises. Seizing these handles, the Pope had every legitimate reason to deal with Hepe. Following the procedures, Mullah could not intervene even if he knew about it. Even if Sci-fi is pure and clean, a clear stream that emerges from the mud but is not stained, the Pope can transfer him and deal with him in different ways. Wayne frowned, it was quite troublesome. If the Pope gave an order and Hepe was transferred from the Windsor division to the Frank division, the Landau family, which had finally been together, would be separated again. But Teacher Sci-fi is your student. If the Pope wants to transfer someone, you can object. This argument is not valid. Wayne glanced at Senna and raised the corner of his mouth. "Tell me, what do you really think? Show your cards right and tell the Pope that you want these people. Hand over the murderer. The previous misunderstanding will be treated as if it does not exist." Senna said, "Rather than hiding it and being discovered by the Pope, it is better to ask for it directly and ease the relationship at the same time, so as to prevent him from being guilty and secretly setting up conspiracies. Betrayal of my little brother, who would dare to betray his life after word gets out? Can the Pope agree? The Pope doesn't know the true relationship between you and me. In his opinion, if you become the heir to the God's chosen knight, he will definitely support me in becoming the Pope in the future. He doesn't want to go against the God's chosen knight and is already preparing to step down." Senna taunted that it would be more honorable to withdraw voluntarily than to be kicked out. The Pope knew what choice to make. You take the initiative to ease the relationship with him. Showing your arrogance can make him underestimate the enemy. Lowering his guard will also make it easier for him to take action in the future. As she spoke, she noticed that Wayne had a weird smile, and immediately frowned and said in dissatisfaction, "I am thinking about you, not for my own benefit. You can see through my mind, so you should know that I am not lying. I know, including the fact that you deliberately angered them just now, you were all considering it from my standpoint, so I feel strange." Wayne smiled playfully, "You are dissatisfied with your mouth, but your body is very honest. In just a short time, you have learned to move on your own." Senna turned to look aside. She just had no choice. If there were other options, she would definitely fight for her own interests. In addition, she was not just thinking about Wayne. When she persuaded the 14 vases to surrender, she had some selfish motives mixed in, not wanting those who came after her to get ahead and live a more comfortable life than her. Senna knew that Wayne could hear these words and explain them all in one breath. "I can't tell, you are quite arrogant. Is this also the debuff of dragon blood? Wake up, straight shots are popular now, and tsundere has gone out of fashion. Does Veronica know that sweet words have been heard by others?" Wayne smiled and said nothing. He was good at training dragons and knew how to beat tsundere. Revealing it at this time would make Senna lose face. He had agreed to let her retain her dignity, and she could not break her word as a person. "So, what do you think, is it assassination or easing relations with the Pope?" "Ease the relationship to prevent him from suddenly running away. I don't even know which way to ambush him, and..." Wayne licked his lower lips and smiled extremely evilly. "Wouldn't it be more interesting to let these guys taste betrayal before they die?" Senna nodded repeatedly. "Do you need me to help you contact the Pope?" "No, just go talk to him and bring him over." Wayne shook his head and said, "I'll make it clear what I mean. I have become the God's chosen knight, and I have no intention of escalating the conflict with him. We are all adults, and there is no unsolvable conflict. You make up the rest by yourself. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you here." Wayne handed over the half-finished Philosopher's Stone and ducked into it. Revenge does not last overnight. If you have an idea, you must put it into action immediately. It will not be safe to sleep until tomorrow. The forest is hidden in the mist. 4 people followed Senna into it, 2 men and 2 women, both of whom were golden mages. The 2 men had nothing to say. The 2 women were both pretty beauties, and Flora was one of them. Unlike the other 3, she had only recently learned to be promoted to the Pope's black glove. "High Priest Senna, what is the purpose of the Pope ordering us to come here?" The 4 of them were suspicious. They didn't understand why the Pope and Senna had eased their relationship and ordered them to come to carry out Senna's mission. After thinking about it, they found that it was probably the saint who was about to be finalized. Another power compromise. Flora's expression was the ugliest among the 4. It was not that she had guessed the truth, but that she had just dealt with her own student in the Kirigakura forest some time ago. She was so moved by the scene that she did not want to face it. No big deal. Senna looked calm as the legendary mage's life force field pushed away and swallowed the 4 of them into her own world in an instant. There is only one realm between the golden mage and the legendary mage. Just one realm, the disparity is huge. Senna made the life force field look like the hidden mist forest and took over the perceptions of the 4 golden mages. The 4 of them didn't notice any clues from the beginning to the end. Fear is coming. The 4 people's eyes were dazzled, and they were thrown into the 4 corners of the Kirigakura forest in the southeast, northwest, and unexpected events caught them off guard. At the same time, a picture appeared in front of them, where Pope Ludwig was talking to the Oracle High Priest Senna. There are sounds and images that answer their questions. Impossible. I am loyal to the Pope and have done so many things for him. There is no way he would betray me. Senna, if you dare to kill me, The Pope will not let you go. Let me out, I want to see the Pope, I shed blood for the Church, he can't do this to me. The taste of betrayal was too bitter to swallow, and the four of them looked extremely ugly, scolding Senna for talking nonsense, and scolding the Pope for being cold-blooded and ruthless. The thick fog of death and darkness spread in all directions, like a big hand covering the sky, slowly covering the four corners of the forest. 14 vengeful spirits hid in the thick fog, and each found their murderous enemy. The vengeful ghost returned, and the four people's perceptions were controlled by Senna. They tried their best to do nothing, and because of the deviation in perception, they repeatedly fell into traps. The suppression was overwhelming, and there was nothing he could do except passively bear the attack. These four are all veteran gold. Even Flora, who is the most junior, has been exposed to advanced magical arts due to her status as a former saint. Even if they are passively beaten, the spirit of revenge cannot do anything to them. Gradually, a cat and mouse game began around the forest. With Senna's help, the four of them showed their blood bars and ushered in a torturous battle. Wayne paid no attention to anyone else and was only interested in Flora. Contrary to his expectations, Odelia was not interested in taking revenge on Flora. She had been assisting, and only Regina was doing crazy output. Silver beats gold, even with the modification bonus from the Book of Greed, Flora's health is enough for Regina to grind for a while. What, can't you do it? Wayne stood next to Odelia, sensing the latter's complicated emotions, patted his shoulder and said, "Forget it if you don't want to, Regina will handle everything." "Wayne, can you let her go?" Odelia struggled for a long time, then lowered her head and said, "No matter what, she has been kind to me in nurturing me. I owe this life to her. I have nothing to do with her anymore." Wayne was silent after hearing this. The artistic girl was so kind that she could let go of her murderous hatred. Maybe it was her complicated feelings for Flora, or maybe it was because when she signed the contract, she almost dissipated due to self-satisfaction, and she had already let go of her hatred at that time. From another perspective, this is a good thing. From another perspective, Flora is not worthy of Odelia's kindness. "Wayne, talk." "Sorry, I can't promise you." Wayne shook his head. "Flora's enemy is not only you, but also Regina." "What if I convince Regina?" "No way, Flora and I have a grudge. She once plotted to murder my teacher, but she just barely succeeded." Wayne still shook his head. Odelia pursed her lips and whispered, "Since you hate her so much, it would be too easy for her to die. You should let her live, torture and humiliate her, trample on her dignity, break her arrogance, and let her live." Odelia looked around, tugged on Wayne's collar, bit her ear and said, "She is a former saint, and she values purity more than anything else. You can do this again, and finally do this again. Believe me, it's worse than death for her. Let me go." "What kind of messy books have you read? Where is the bookstore?" Wayne's eyes lit up when he heard this, and it must be said that he was a little moved. Especially that one, where Flora was trained to be covered with mathematical formulas and publicly executed with a rope, allowing her former fans to see clearly what kind of wanton woman she was at heart. "Wayne, what do you think?" "I think you might be broken." Wayne complained, "She is a former saint. She can die, but she must die quietly. Her identity means that she cannot be humiliated by men, otherwise the church will lose face and I will be unlucky. Then don't let her show up in public. You lock her in the basement. She has a grudge against your teacher. You can take the teacher to appreciate the masterpieces." Odelia came up with another idea. In order to save her teacher, literary art. The girl racked her brains. Every move hit Wayne's weak spot. This is the former saint, who has gone from the highest purity to the lowest depravity. You, a pervert, really have no idea at all? Wayne had a strange look in his eyes. Odelia blushed at his sight and stamped her foot. "Okay or not, can you say something? No. Isn't she beautiful? A beautiful skin contains an ugly soul, far worse than you. Odelia opened her mouth, feeling quite troubled as she watched the murderer who was fighting with the air and passively being beaten. She resented Flora, but she was still grateful. If possible, she hoped Flora could live. At the same time, she didn't want to let Flora go easily, even if it was just an explanation. She wanted to seek justice for her death. With complicated emotions intertwined, Odelia hopes that Wayne will let Flora go, leaving her alive and letting her live in pain and regret. Not killing people, but killing people's hearts. In the field, Flora was sweating coldly. She realized that she was being controlled by the legendary mage and that all resistance was in vain. Her hatred for the church deepened again. She was a former saint who had delivered oracles and her status was transcendent. She could not and should not be thrown away casually. 10 minutes later, Regina stopped and returned to Wayne, only wiping off 1/10 of Flora's health, with a very unhappy face. "What? Stop fighting. I am not her opponent now, and there is no point in continuing to fight. Moreover, she is just a tool, and she is not my enemy." Regina expressed her disdain arrogantly, and then gave Odelia a fierce look. Odelia responded with gratitude, "Good sister, I will listen to you from now on, whatever you say is what I want." The two exchanged glances, and Odelia once again promoted the basement thermal weapon plan to Wayne, pointed at Flora and commented, praising her figure and appearance. "This is a saint, a pure saint." Wayne picked his ears and said, "Now that your revenge is over, it's me next. I won't be unhappy with her for a day or two. I'll hold her hands down for you," Regina said cheerfully. X3. Wayne was speechless and looked at Regina with an upright look that made Regina feel ashamed. She didn't want to. Odelia begged for a long time before she was willing to help. "What about you, Odelia, do you want to help too?" Let me cover Regina's eyes. X3. "Thank you for your kindness. I have many hands. I can hold her hand down without your help." Wayne curled his lips. Odelia misunderstood him too much. He had many girlfriends, but that didn't mean he was a pervert. He just loved others and didn't know how to refuse, that's all. The dense fog cleared a passage, and Wayne stepped in front of Flora. Flora felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy, her face turned pale and she clenched her teeth. Her perception completely collapsed and she couldn't tell whether Wayne was real or fake. I only know that during the conversation between Ludwig and Senna, Wayne passed the God-chosen knight assessment and is the next natural knight. The goddess has a bad eye? Priest Flora, we meet again. I want to live. Flora got straight to the point, I know a lot of the Pope's secrets. I will pledge allegiance to you. Give me a chance. I had no choice before. I see. You want to be a good person, right? Wayne laughed softly and raised his eyebrows and said, "Pledge allegiance to me will lose your freedom and purity. Are you sure you want to do this?" Flora's face suddenly changed, "I am the former saint. If you defile my purity, the goddess will not." Halfway through the words, she couldn't continue. The goddess's saints are replaced every 20 years, and the goddess's knights are rarely replaced. In the church's documented records, there is only one knight, Mura. Wayne is the second one, far more precious than the saint. Flora's face changed several times, and she dispersed the magic of faith in her hand. "Kill me, I will not surrender to you." As Odelia said, Flora valued purity more than anything else. She kept her chastity for decades, and her persistence turned into obsession. Losing her purity was more terrible than killing her. If she was locked in the basement, it would be worse than death. "As you wish." Wayne nodded, looking at Flora, who closed her eyes and waited for death, and did not tease her purity anymore. Instead, he said, "Let you die knowingly. This sword is for my teacher Sci-fi. If you don't murder her, I might follow Odalia's advice and give you a chance to live. Sci-fi. Flora opened her eyes and didn't understand what Wayne meant. She had thought about murdering Sci-fi in order to replace her, but where did Wayne get the information from? He. Wayne pulled out the Shadow Nightmare, transformed into a Death Knight, and walked towards Flora with a sword. You imitated Teacher Sci-fi's thinking very well, and I was almost fooled by you. Flora's eyes shrank suddenly, and her voice was shrill with fear. Impossible, you are the natural God-chosen knight, you passed the test, how could you be a Death Knight? Yes, it's an illusion, her perception was subverted by Senna, it's all an illusion, it can't fool her. Hiss. Wayne held Flora's shoulder, raised his sword and pierced her chest, the blade was pure white without blood. Flora's breathing stagnated, the death tentacles wore away her thoughts, and the cold chill swept through her body, telling her that everything in front of her was real. Wayne is not only a natural knight, but also a Death Knight. Flora raised her hand and grasped the sword blade. She looked at the skeleton close at hand, her eyes gradually became confused, and she said self-deprecatingly, no wonder the Death Knight did not have a grudge with the Church of Nature after arriving in London. It turns out that Sci-fi had betrayed the Church long ago. She brought the Death Knight into the Church, recommended you to participate in the saint selection, and let you get the favor of the Goddess of Nature. If you don't know, you might think Sci-fi is some behind-the-scenes boss. Although she has the final say in the Lando family, the Death Knight respects her very much, and the Dark Knight never fights back. She is indeed a boss. The teacher doesn't know who I am. Her thoughts are very simple, not as filthy as you think. Really? Then she is really lucky. Flora's hands were cold, and she murmured, she picked up a Death Knight without doing anything. She is obviously a loser and has a failed marriage. I'll tell you one more thing. Wayne lowered his head. That night, the Dark Knight was also there. He was worried that the Death Knight would kill his wife, so he escorted her all the way until he found out that the owner of the mind was you, not Teacher Sci-fi. Flora's body was shocked. The teacher's marriage is not a failure. That man is worthy of her love. Wayne's voice fell, and he suddenly handed out the long sword, which pierced through Flora's chest. Flora's eyes lost focus, and the world in front of her was dark, as if she was just waking up. She said bitterly, why did she get everything? She obviously lost to me. Who knows? Maybe God favors stubborn idiots. Wayne finished speaking in a low voice. Seeing Flora's body completely cold, he pulled out Shadow Nightmare and let the other's body fall. The Book of Greed poked its head out. JPG. There was a new vengeful spirit nearby, and a contract could be signed. It was very close, right under Wayne's feet. What did she have to resent? The villain was still unconvinced. What? The Book of Greed would not lie. Facts proved that villains is not equal to had no grudges after death. Wayne pondered for a moment, wielded Shadow Nightmare, and the ruby at the end of the hilt glowed red, dispelling the vengeful spirit. The light and shadow flashed, and Senna appeared beside Wayne, carefully approaching the Death Knight, looking down at Flora's cold body, secretly thinking that she was lucky. Fortunately, she just didn't contact Sci-fi in these years, and didn't do anything excessive during that time, otherwise she would have been completely forgotten some time ago. In addition, she was right. Faith does not covet beauty. Flora is such a beautiful woman. She can kill her without blinking an eye. Death Knights don't have eyelids, and their eyes won't dry. Wayne explained the reason and said, don't beautify your faith. I am very sure that he is sworn to be incompatible with gambling and drugs. His values follow his five senses and he is easily blinded by beauty. Senna didn't listen and insisted on her own opinion. Her faith does not like women. In order to maintain humanity, or learn humanity, she keeps a distance from women. That's a good idea. I'll get close to you some other day. Senna dug a hole to bury herself, secretly cursed, looked at Flora's corpse, and expressed her envy of Sci-fi again. She wanted to be Sci-fi. As a teacher of the night of death, darkness, and nature, Sci-fi's value is increasing every day. Speaking of the Dark Knight, I just heard an incredible piece of information that Austin is the genuine dark god-chosen knight. Is it true or not? Can the goddess's aesthetics break through the bottom line? Senna looked strange, opened her mouth to ask clearly, and found that she couldn't speak. Austin's identity as the Dark Knight was gagged and forbidden to be mentioned. Wayne exited the Death Knight state, opened his 5 fingers, and white flesh dripped down and fell on the piercing wound on Flora's chest. The cold corpse came alive. Flora slowly stood up, her skin was pale, her subcutaneous veins were dark, and her hyperplastic tissue was wriggling and twisting. After a few seconds, she regained her youthful beauty before she died. Except for the empty eyes, everything was exactly the same as before. No way, don't want the living, but want the dead? Senna was punished for her offensive thoughts and turned into a ball. It took her 10 minutes to return to her original state. She stood there with a livid face. In the past 10 minutes, her faith did not allow her to think of the human form. She almost thought that she would spend her life as a tentacle monster. However, she still liked the human form. Wayne said nothing, calculated the time, and took Flora back to the thick fog. Senna followed quickly. Just now Senna helped me hold down my hands. Flora is no longer pure. Her mind was exiled by me, and she did not really die. Wayne stood in front of Adelia, so, you can untie this knot. You saved her, and she didn't die. So fast. Regina said in surprise, your life essence is so strong, I thought you could hold on for a long time. Well, let you try it another day. Wayne glanced at Regina unhappily. He didn't know if she was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. He hoped that she was really stupid. She was cute when she was stupid. Odelia frowned and looked at the teacher. There was an obvious crack on the chest of her shirt, which should be a sword wound. I don't know which knight did it personally. So. Flora may be dead or alive. So be it, this may be the best result. Wayne waited for a while in the mist forest until the others completed their revenge with the help of Senna, and then he said to the 14 vengeful spirits, saving you was just a whim, I haven't thought about how to arrange you in the future, but since the contract has been established, you are destined to serve me as your master. While there is still time, think about what wishes you have. If it is not excessive, I will satisfy you. It won't work in the future. Only you can satisfy me, and there is no possibility of raising any conditions. In addition, I will find a way to get you out of the mist forest. Wayne patted Flora's shoulder, don't worry about those who don't have a physical body. Use this body. When you possess it, she can become your appearance before you died. Wayne gave the vengeful spirits 3 days to let them think slowly, 1 wish each, and when they returned to London, they should work and work hard. As a boss, he doesn't support idle people. As he said that, Wayne thought about contacting Odelia alone, you are an exception. We agreed to fall in love when we return to London. You don't have to work so hard. I will support you. Just read books in the library in the future. No, you are already supporting her. Odelia frowned. The contract required her to rely on Wayne to survive. She couldn't resist, and she didn't want to resist. Excuse me for being blunt, a couple without conflicts is not a couple, and a girlfriend who can't be petty is not a girlfriend. She is just a vassal who pretends to be a couple. It is difficult for her and Wayne to fall in love again. Thank you, Wayne, you are a good person. After receiving Odelia's good person card, Wayne rolled his eyes and took Senna out of the mist-hidden forest. At this time, the sky was full of stars, and the two shuttled through the mountain forest trails. Senna said, I made some deals with the Pope in your name. The specific terms of the deal are in my mind. You can check them at any time. I saw it. You did a good job. Wayne browsed it and recognized Senna's brain. He seriously suspected that her dragon blood was fake, but he did not rule out that the dragon blood would advance to the second stage, and the debuff of the foolishness would be offline, and the IQ would regain the high ground. Senna made many requests to the Pope in the name of Wayne's natural knight. The two sides bargained and the Pope compromised and gave up a lot of benefits. Among them was the arrangement of the spirit of revenge. The Pope did not know that the dead saint candidate was alive again. According to the requirements of the natural knight, he withdrew the wanted order and deleted the charge of their apostasy and absconding. For example, Odelia and Regina are no longer wanted criminals who are afraid of crime and can move freely in the sun. But they are no longer members of the Church of Nature, and they will not be allowed to join the Church of Nature in the future. Senna hesitated for a few times, not knowing how to speak, and chose to let Wayne check her voice. Speak up. There's no need to do that in the future. I won't look at your ideas. This is a reward for you, Wayne promised. He didn't say what the specific necessary criteria were, and reserved the right of final interpretation. Senna knew it well, and just thought that Wayne's promise would work, and said dryly, "Master, you are going back to London, right? I'll leave in a while. Veronica still has classes. It's hard to find a good teacher. I can't delay her learning dragon language." Wayne replied truthfully, "I'm counting on her to teach me dragon language after she learns it." "Haven't you learned it already?" "Veronica doesn't know." Senna's mouth twitched wildly. "She said she wouldn't watch it, but she didn't have any credibility." "Sorry, I haven't adapted yet. It will be fine in a while. I'm going back to London. Are you happy?" "If I say I'm happy, you will punish me for being unfaithful to the faith. If I say I'm not happy, you will take me back to London as a secretary for being loyal to the faith, and say it's to satisfy my wish," Senna said expressionlessly. "As expected of you, you have a good brain. A friendly reminder, I like stupid people. Don't be so smart in front of me next time." Wayne smiled slightly, "Don't worry, I won't come again before the Pope leaves office. You are really free." Senna was stunned when she heard the words, lowered her head and followed behind Wayne. Freedom is good, but her biggest desire has changed. She used to desire power, but now she desires faith. If Wayne insists on taking her back to London, she can grit her teeth and do it. She waited for a long time. "You can see it, why don't you speak?" Wayne didn't speak, refusing to go along with the self-degrading Senna, and at the same time he had a deeper understanding of his own pollution ability. Pollution must be moderate and the balance point must be grasped, otherwise the teacher and Veronica will become like Senna. "Who should I find?" "Flora is a good choice, but Wayne doesn't like her and wants to kill her directly to avoid disaster." After thinking about it, he decided to go back to London to select experimental subjects. There are more garbage there than leeks. Cut one crop and another crop will grow. It's impossible to cut it all. In the villa, Veronica lights a lamp and does homework. Every 5 minutes, look up and look out the window. "You haven't come back for so long, what did you do behind my back?" "Damn bastard, she's your teacher's teacher, she's old, you can fool anyone but an old witch." Veronica wrote furiously, her mind full of trash cans. Because of her poor vocabulary, she kept repeating the same curse words, she didn't make any progress at all. "I heard everything." Wayne came to the study room at some point, hugged Veronica from behind, lowered his head and smelled the fragrance between her hair. "It smells so good." X2. Veronica snorted coldly, pushed away the social trash, buried her head in homework, and asked the social trash not to disturb her study. Wayne smiled slightly, hugged her arms around her chest, thought of the figure in the misty forest, and said lightly, "Veronica, I won't let you get hurt, nor will I let you be sad. Humph. Veronica hummed and closed her eyes, and the resentment accumulated for a whole day disappeared in an instant. She threw away the pen in her hand, closed her homework book, raised her chin, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Wayne broke his promise. He said he would not let Veronica get hurt or sad, but his words were still warm and he hurt her that night. She even cried. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 259. Asshole. Pervert. Pervert. Dirty. Shameless. In the bedroom, Veronica sealed herself in the quilt and wrapped her whole body into one. Everything about last night was vivid in her mind, and she cursed the garbage of society for deceiving ignorant girls. Tsundere is like this. Anyway, she is right and Wayne is the one who is wrong. Okay, it's all my fault. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time, okay? The vocabulary was too poor, and the more Wayne listened, the more he became confused. In order to prevent the injury from getting worse, he decisively interrupted Veronica's spellcasting. Seeing that the Tsundere refused to leave the bed, he reached out to snatch it and wanted to pull the quilt away. Let go. Not loose. Pulling and pulling, the quilt was overwhelmed and torn in the middle. Veronica blushed fiercely and hesitated, using the remaining quilt to cover her vital parts. Asshole, you are cruel to me and you ruined the quilt. Well, the forces work reciprocally, and you are half responsible. I don't care, it's your fault. Wayne shrugged, suspecting that Veronica was not referring to the quilt. If it was another destroyed thing, it was indeed his impulsiveness. He was greatly touched by the 14 vengeful spirits. He was also a candidate for sainthood, and he always subconsciously thought of Veronica. He couldn't help himself, failed to suppress the gun, and discharged. Because there had been dilly-dallying before, Veronica didn't expect it to happen suddenly, so. Wayne admitted that he was guilty, but he could not be entirely blamed. For example, in the following rounds, he was the passive party. Wayne only dared to think about these words in his heart, and with second-hand sweet words, the princess hugged Veronica in her arms and walked quickly to the bathroom. Veronica held half of the quilt, covering her red face, and kicked her legs in the air, asking the social trash to put her down quickly. She won't go anywhere today and will stay in bed. It's not good. You haven't finished yesterday's homework, and teacher Senna is coming soon. You don't want her to find out anything, right? Wayne was good at training dragons, and he hit Tsundere's weak spot with one move. The latter immediately gave up resistance and was carried into the bathroom by him. Teacher Senna, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Wayne came to the living room and handed a cup of black tea to dragon language teacher Senna. Seeing that he was so proud of his success, the latter didn't think much about it and just thought of subduing the 14 servants. People are in high spirits during happy events. It wasn't until Veronica walked downstairs coquettishly, with a bright face nourished by love, that Senna realized what happened last night. As mere passers-by, Senna felt that these two guys were going too far. This was her home, not the property of the Landau family. What, Wayne is her belief, everything she owns belongs to Wayne, rounding off, her family is the asset of the Landau family. That's okay, just pretend she didn't say anything. Seeing Senna frown slightly, Veronica may have noticed something. She snorted coldly, raised her hand and hugged Wayne's arm. Senna. What a naive little girl. This shows a lack of confidence and is not mature at all. If she had sex with Wayne last night, she would definitely be more generous the next day. Halfway through the thought, Senna fell silent. Comparison was not allowed. She just pretended that she didn't think about it. Looking at Wayne on the side, he made Veronica happy with his sweet words. His mouth was as sweet as honey. Her expression was as usual. I don't know whether he kept his promise and didn't hear her voice, or he heard her but didn't respond and pretended not to hear. Talk, why pretend to be mute at this time? It's okay to make a few sarcastic remarks. Senna was extremely jealous. No matter whether Veronica was right or wrong, or unreasonable or not, Wayne was willing to make her happy, but she couldn't, so she could only stand on the sidelines and watch. After all, she was a mentally mature woman who realized that her idea was wrong and stepped on the brakes in time to avoid the tragedy of the car falling into the abyss. Veronica, were you done with yesterday's homework? Well. Veronica's expression was stagnant. After all, last night, she was so lost that she forgot about her homework, and most of her homework was left unprocessed on her desk. Go and do your homework. I'll give you 3 hours. Today's class will start in 3 hours. In addition, today's homework will be doubled. Senna turned away Master Yan and scolded Veronica. She was familiar with this, she had trained Sci-fi like this back then. Veronica was trained so hard that she couldn't raise her head, so she secretly tugged on Wayne's sleeve, telling the social trash to stop laughing and use the subjective initiative of her external brain to quickly give her a hand. Just make up any excuse, anything will do. Teacher Senna, please allow me to help Veronica make a quibble. It's not that she didn't do her homework, but she was too busy last night and didn't have time to do her homework. Wayne said with a serious face, last night she and I were busy dating, and one of us accidentally fell out of bed, and we kept on going until. Who told you to say this? Veronica was ashamed and angry, so she kicked society's rubbish hard, unwilling to face Senna's meaningful smile, and rushed up to the second floor in a hurry. 10 seconds later, she stood in the corridor and looked out, and saw the backs of Wayne and Senna walking into the dark realm. The old witch twisted her waist again. Senna's teaching to Wayne lasted for more than half a month. During this period, she compiled the dragon language books and ordered Veronica to bring this gift to Sci-fi. Because of Wayne's request, Senna did not dare to hide her secrets and taught all she had learned to the 2 students. Although Veronica didn't like Senna, she always felt that the old witch wanted to seduce her fiancé and had an ulterior deal with her fiancé, which was very likely to have crossed the line. However, in the face of this great gift, she still respectfully greeted her. A teacher. Knowledge is priceless and she must be grateful. In addition to being busy with church work and teaching Veronica, Senna spent the rest of her time practicing her fusion skills with Wayne. Facts have repeatedly proven that the Dragon Knight is a failed combination. Apart from looking cool and being able to deter the enemy before the war, it has almost no actual combat value. But Wayne refused to give up and insisted on training to be a Dragon Knight. By the way, to give Veronica some strength, he is really popular and attracts girls wherever he goes. Even the old witch Senna cannot resist his personal charm. Time came to June 2nd, Senna saw her off, and Wayne and Veronica boarded a plane to London. Big and small bags, full harvest. Sir Way is very rude to his younger brother. The nobles of London are willing to use it to death if it is useful. They have been picking up Senna's wool these days. For example, the tight-fitting battle suit made of dragon scales has excellent actual combat effects, and I have asked for several sets. Of course, given the superiority relationship between the two, the theory of shedding wool is not valid. It should be that Senna is motivated and takes the initiative to offer a large number of gifts in order to please Faith. Focus on loyalty. Senna is a legendary mage, a 100-year-old witch. Her actual age is more than 5 times older than Wayne. She has a solid gold mine, and there are too many places in her body that can be exploited. Wayne got the Dark Elf's faith formula through Senna. Regardless of where she got it from or whether she knew the top leaders of the Dark Church, Wayne got the full set of formulas anyway. The belief formula of death is somewhat difficult. According to what the great prophet Tubi said, the Life Alliance once had 5 major beliefs. Later, it disbanded. After reorganization, only the 3 major beliefs of nature, sun, and moonlight remained. The perfect spirit is missing, imperfect, and unable to communicate efficiently with nature. There are still black-skinned elves active in the Dark Church. Although they are few, they are not none. The Death Church has completely overturned the previous process and deleted the elf formula. There are no more Death Elves in the God's Choice continent. The Church of Death has undergone radical changes, which can be seen in the job titles. The Church of Darkness is similar to the Life Force Alliance. They are all priests and high priests. The Church of Death imitates the Holy See of Heaven and changed its titles to bishops and archbishops. Other positions are similar. Senna couldn't find the formula for the Death Elf's belief, but she was a legendary mage, shrewd and knowledgeable, and was better at solving problems and formulas than Philomena. Not only did she optimize Philomena's formula, re-edit and integrate it, she also worked hard to create a set of Death Elf transformation formulas. At the same time, she thought forged and dedicated dozens of magic stones that could store magic power to her faith. She is so good. It is true that the formula created by Philomena is not perfect, and the efficiency of energy conversion and communication with nature is far from as beautiful and powerful as to be boasted, but the elf formula of the 5 major faiths has indeed made Wayne's elf the form has gone a step further and is far more powerful than before. Wayne was not greedy, so he used it first and left his phone number for Senna to continue optimizing the formula. If there is any news, contact him immediately. On the other side, the selection of the saint is also coming to an end. Dussa, a Frankish girl whom Wayne knows, has advanced to the final round. With the support of Tubi, Senna and other high-level officials, coupled with the Pope's recent weakness, Dussa has a high possibility of becoming the new saint. Wayne's prediction came true. The person living next to Villa number 4 is really the next saint. If Dussa can really succeed, the last Saint Flora came from Frank, and this one is the same. God bless Frank. Out of disgust for the church's higher UPS, Wayne doesn't care who is the saint. The candidates are all excellent. Veronica, Odelia, and Regina all have the appearance of saints. It's a fair competition. Next, it would be difficult for Dussa to defeat them. After all, the saint is the vase in the power game, and it's a good thing that Veronica didn't choose her. All in all, Wayne delayed his return to London until June. On the one hand, Senna could still squeeze out oil and water, and on the other hand, May 30th was Veronica's birthday. Return to London before Veronica's birthday. The birthday party will be very lively. The Tsundere Dragon Blood will not take the initiative to show off that she and society's trash are on the bed, but she will take a roundabout way and find a way to make Veronica realize what happened. What? This is not good. Willie's progress bar is too tight, and she is very likely to quit when she is sad. Wayne left Veronica in Osteria on the pretext that they were celebrating their birthday alone. Veronica didn't think much about it, her mind was full of sweet words, and she rolled on the bed a few more times because she was happy. London Airport. Wayne has large and small bags around him, checking them carefully to prevent any oversights. Veronica became even more timid when she was close to home. She thought of something, blushed, and said to Wayne, "That matter, you know, don't tell it. You must not tell your mother and senior sister." "Why?" Wayne raised his eyebrows. Teacher Sci-fi could understand that he was thin-skinned and was afraid of being teased, so he could delay it for a while. "Where's Chrissy? Why can't you let your senior know that you still miss her?" Speaking of Chris, Wayne was a little excited. Before coming, he sent a letter to the housekeeper, Frat. The housekeeper was so smart that he must have leaked his whereabouts inadvertently. "It's none of your business. Anyway, I can't tell you. Otherwise, don't even think about it in the future." "Humph, I can't tell you anyway." Veronica was too embarrassed to speak up, So she told Wayne not to worry about it and to learn from Austin. Whatever Healy said was the truth. Wayne made an okay gesture, wondering if Willie could tell him. After thinking about it, it should be possible. Even if he didn't tell her, Veronica would tell Willie herself. Willie was really miserable. Her progress bar was obviously the lowest. Not long after getting off the plane, the two were still talking and whispering, and Healy arrived with several strong maids. The characteristic of the Landau family is that only the mistress and the eldest daughter can be beautiful, and no one else can. Megan doesn't count. From a biological point of view, she is not a human. Veronica. Wayne. Healy walked towards the two of them while waving, opened her arms to hold them in her arms, and kissed Veronica's forehead. How was it? Did you have a good time during the holiday? Did you feel wronged? Without waiting for Veronica to answer, she kissed Wayne on the forehead again. I didn't kiss him, and Wayne dodged when I stepped on his feet. Huh. Wayne had no choice but to lower his head. That's more like it. Siffy smiled and kissed Wayne on the forehead. Is the church headquarters interesting? Did that woman make things difficult for you? What about Veronica? She has a bad temper. Did she cause you a lot of trouble? Look at you, you don't know how to take care of yourself when you go out, and you've lost weight. Veronica. Please let go of your hand. I don't want to disturb your mother-son reunion. Wayne scratched his head. Did he lose weight? Maybe. He has been active recently. He either merged with Veronica or Senna. It's annoying. Okay, let's talk about it when we get home. That bastard father refused to come. He insisted on waiting for you at home. Siffy looked at Wayne and said. Veronica rolled her eyes, followed her mother into the car, and kicked her brother into another car. She had something to say to Siffy alone. What did you say? Is it true? As the black limousine convoy left the airport, 11 Faye listened to the secret in her ear and said in surprise, no way, I know her personality very well. It's impossible for her to do that to Wayne. Putting aside her cold personality, even if Wayne is very good, she is my teacher after all, Wayne's teacher. With this identity, it's impossible anyway. Impossible, absolutely impossible. 11 Faye shook her head repeatedly and swore on her personality that her student was pure and chaste, her teacher was cold and ruthless, and she didn't like men. Her daughter was not cuckolded. It's possible. The way she looked at Wayne was very wrong. Veronica stared, imitating the little eyes of Senna Ross, lingering and wanting to eat people on the spot. Sci-fi was amused. The look in her eyes was indeed cannibalistic. After thinking for a while, she comforted him, you think too much. The old woman knows about your relationship with Wayne and associates it with me and the asshole. She deliberately uses means to provoke you. She wants you to give up Wayne. It's that simple. Really? Why would I lie to you? I have experience in this matter. She used a lot of means to break up me and the asshole. Did she seduce the old asshole? That's not the case. Sci-fi thought about it and said confidently, this is simple and can be explained. Her tactics didn't work back then, so she changed her tactics. If you believe it, you will be fooled. Looking at her confident mother, Veronica turned her head away. What? This is clearly a fool without self-knowledge, and she is not as smart as her. By the way, you and Wayne have been outside for so long, spending time together day and night. Have you made any progress in breaking through the brother-sister relationship? Sci-fi hugged Veronica's shoulders, very curious. No. If it's that straightforward, then it's true. Siffy's eyes lit up, and she was so excited that she grabbed her daughter's hand. Tell me quickly, how far has it developed? Has he ever held your hand like this? No. Impossible. If you say no, then it's no. If you don't believe me, go ask Wayne. Veronica's heartbeat accelerated. No matter how Sify asked, she refused to admit it. It's useless. Sify didn't know whether it was true or not, and guessed that they must have kissed. She said sarcastically, trying to arouse Longxiu's competitive spirit, when I was your age, I was already a boyfriend and girlfriend with the bastard, and we went to the banquet hand in hand. When you fall in love, you have to hold hands. Isn't it necessary to kiss when you get married? Veronica said sarcastically, complaining about the innocence of the previous generation. This is just the beginning, what's there to show off? She has done this and that, and there is another one. Is she proud? Does she brag about it everywhere? Proud.jpg. Tell me about the selection of the saint. What is the process this year? Have you and Wayne encountered a strong opponent? What's the matter with the old woman? Why is she so nice to you and Wayne? Seeing that she couldn't get the truth, 11 Faye changed the topic. She was full of doubts and just waited to ask in person. The old witch likes Wayne, so she goes along with him in everything. Don't make a fuss, be serious. Then I don't know anything. There are some great things, but I don't want to tell you now. Veronica wanted to share secrets, such as the matter of the natural night, because the social garbage had explained it, and she gave everyone a surprise in person, so she simply mentioned it, but didn't say it. The two stared at each other. Veronica insisted on her own opinion with a snort, and Zi-Fei punched her daughter on the head, wondering who she inherited this rebellious character from. Is there any need to think about this? Damn bastard. Landau Manor. The housekeeper Megan greeted the motorcade in front of the big house. Austin did not show up, but stood in the study upstairs, hiding his figure with the curtains. When he saw Wayne and Veronica get out of the car, he snorted and sat back on the sofa. The restaurant, delicious food, the most authentic local French food in Windsor. The family was happy, congratulating the two on their safe return, and giving Veronica a belated birthday present. After dinner, several people came to the study. Megan did not guard the door to set up a soundproof barrier, but stood in the study and listened openly. The situation is a bit complicated, it's better to set up a barrier. Wayne looked at Austin, Austin looked at Zi-Fei, Zi-Fei looked at Megan, and Megan waved her hand to set up a soundproof barrier. Seeing this process, Wayne said that he had learned something again. After the barrier was set up, he said, "Teacher, I have completed the task you assigned. I defeated Flora's student. She can't become a saint. More than completed, it was over-completed. Flora herself was gone." Zi-Fei smiled and nodded, not emotional. It was an expected result. Her students were so excellent that Flora couldn't win. It was that Flora had no news at all, which made Zi-Fei very concerned. The church headquarters issued a transfer order, and Flora returned to the headquarters to report on her work. It was unclear whether she was promoted or demoted, and even Flora's die-hard supporters left the Windsor division. Things were a bit strange. Zi-Fei suspected a conspiracy and asked Wayne to be careful and not be calculated by Flora. Austin frowned, glared at Wayne, and asked him to give an explanation later. Second private chat. Wayne looked back, then took a deep breath. Are you wondering why Teacher Senna is so good to Veronica and me? Not only did she not pursue Veronica's waiver, but she also gave her the dragon language magic. Sify nodded repeatedly. She was almost dying of anxiety because of the unusual situation. This matter has been classified as confidential by the church's top leaders. Only the Pope and the Great Prophet know about it. Wayne took a deep breath and reached out to the void. You are the most important people to me. Remember to keep it a secret for me. I passed the God-chosen night assessment. Wayne, the Night of Nature. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 260. Wayne pulled out the elemental mantra from the void, and the white sword spread out the surging life force to build a white armor that enveloped his whole body. Natural night? Megan's eyes widened, and although Austin had already guessed something, he couldn't help but say nothing when he saw the scene, and the hand holding the ancient silver coin shook violently a few times. Xife gradually opened her mouth wide, the light in her eyes became brighter and brighter, and her breathing became rapid in excitement. Seeing the shocked looks of the three of them, Veronica raised her head proudly. Although, rounding off, she had the right to be proud. "Don't move, sister, take a look." Xife stepped forward with a trembling voice, raised her hand to touch the white knight armor, carefully touched the visor to the mittens, and fixed her eyes on the elemental mantra. Wayne handed over the elemental mantra and asked Xife to hold the hilt of the sword and wave it, satisfying her curiosity. As expected of dragon blood, just like Veronica and Senna. Thinking of this, Wayne looked at Megan. "Megan, do you want to try it?" Megan shook her head. She had tried Twilight Desperate and was not enthusiastic about the weapons of the chosen knight. She was only curious about the potential of Wayne's original bloodline, so the three goddesses put down their bodies and extended olive branches. What about the two goddesses of the sun and moonlight? When will they join in? Xife was obviously very excited. She ignored the fact that she was snatching people from the Moonlight Church. She firmly believed that Wayne was the most perfect gift given to her by the goddess. She hugged the student with red eyes. She no longer had to prove anything. The student became a natural knight and helped her prove everything. The resentment of her hard work in the early years disappeared. Even Austin, who was silent and pretended to be deep and refused to blend into the atmosphere, became more pleasing to the eye. "Look at your arrogance, how come you are a father? Can a compliment to him kill you?" Wayne took off his knight armor and was hugged by Xife with a cute look on his face. It stands to reason that armor is more suitable, but there is another person in the natural knight. Mulla also often wears this equipment. In the shape of the natural knight, being held by Xife, Austin's forehead will definitely be heavy. Xife was excited for a long time. The more she looked at the student, the more satisfied she became. She just wished he was not her biological son. No matter, this is the son she gave birth to. Snort. Austin snorted coldly. "It's endless, isn't it? Who should I praise it for? If you want the God's chosen knight to tell you directly, there is another one in the room." "Ha!" He responded habitually, glared at Austin, and said dissatisfiedly, "Wayne has become the chosen knight, such a great thing, but you don't want to say a word, but you have the nerve to show off your face here. The children are here, I'll take care of you later. What's there to say? He's already changed 3 times. Austin's expression remained unchanged, and his hands were quickly circling the ancient silver coins. When facing the Death Knight, the dark power in his body did not respond. When facing the natural knight, the surge was difficult to suppress, and he felt like he couldn't wait to compete. He gave Wayne a look and quickly sent the elemental mantra away. Wayne received the look, sent away the elemental mantra, and said to the excited Xife, "Teacher, I am only the successor of the divinely chosen knight. The current knight Mr. Mulla is still here. You will be happy in the future. It's only a matter of time, and it's the same now that I'm happy. The goddess is not just any goddess. Since I chose you, I won't change her." It could be seen that Xife was indeed very excited and could not speak coherently. After Xife calmed down, Wayne briefly told the assessment process. It was too simple. Austin frowned and asked him to elaborate. Xife also wanted to hear it. This paragraph must be said slowly, to encourage Wayne not to be humble, but to show his excellence generously, so that some people can have some self-awareness. He is not even the chosen knight, how can he be the head of the family? Austin, dis. He can be, but he is afraid that his wife won't be able to bear it, so he always isn't. There is nothing to say in detail. I was recommended by Deputy Captain Gavin and met Mr. Mulla who returned from the frozen continent. Because of Deputy Captain Gavin's praise, he had a good impression of me. Wayne said slowly, Mr. Mullah said that I am strong, handsome, young, and polite, and the goddess will definitely like it. He gave me the elemental mantra, and then I passed the test. X4. These adjectives sound strange. X4. Because of my status as the god's chosen knight, teacher Senna's attitude towards me has changed 180 degrees, and she has taken the initiative to mend the relationship with the teacher. She also treats Veronica. Wayne finished the story and said, there are many gifts from teacher Senna in the luggage. Mine has been sent to the villa, and the rest belong to the teacher and Veronica. There are some beautiful clothes, and those dragon language magic books. Veronica has learned dragon language, the teacher can ask her. Wayne summarized the results of this trip and finally said, fortunately, Deputy Captain Gavin contacted me in time, otherwise my talent would be spotted by the great prophet, and I would most likely be deceived by the bad old man. From now on, I would be the great prophet of the church headquarters. No way, you are too talented. Sci-fi agreed that the students were too good and she was quite anxious about it. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth rose up, but he couldn't suppress them no matter how hard he tried. Proud.jpgx2. Seeing his wife and daughter with their proud faces and the small trash can pretending to be modest and polite, Austin felt uncomfortable all over, and the more he looked at it, the more uncomfortable he became. Wayne felt more uncomfortable when he was praised than when he was scolded. Snort. Ha. After the family meeting ended, Sci-fi happily took Veronica to open gifts. She was also very interested in dragon language magic and planned to learn a few words tonight. Before Veronica left, she glared at the social scum fiercely and told him not to come to her tonight or she would beat him to death. The soundproof barrier was re-established, and Megan stood outside the study door and continued to listen in a different way. Inside the house, without their wives and children, the two social scum stopped pretending and spoke frankly. What's wrong with you? You've been chosen by God again. Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of being exposed? There's nothing I can do about it. I could only do this under the circumstances. Wayne joined the deleted conversation and took out a stack of photos and took them in front of Austin. I have rescued these 14 people and arranged their identities for them. No matter who they were before, they will all be people from London in the future. The 14 saint candidates were more beautiful than each other. Austin glanced at them and frowned. What do you mean, these 14 are all your new lovers? The tone was weird and the words were extremely sharp. Austin advised Wayne not to go too far, as his patience was limited. What are you thinking about? Can my body bear it? Wayne complained and explained, they are dead. Now they are special undead life forms like Abin and Abio. It is very complicated to explain. They can be understood as magical life forms. Don't worry, explain slowly. There is plenty of time. Austin narrowed his eyes slightly. He was very curious about the secrets Wayne was hiding. Wayne didn't say anything, but raised his hand and took out 4 bottles of dragon blood. I got 6 bottles of dragon blood from Senna. These 2 bottles are for the teacher and Megan. You give them to them. Wayne deliberately changed the subject. Austin didn't say anything and accepted 3 bottles of dragon blood. Megan doesn't need dragon blood, take this bottle back to Veronica. Wayne nodded and accepted the dragon blood, then said, I talked to Senna about the dragon blood curse, and she told me everything. The so-called curse is actually the choice of evolution, and the responsibility to bear when making the choice. He described the dragon blood curse in detail, and then said, I don't have any good solution now, so the teacher dare not involve the legendary field. I am still studying, and maybe I can find a way through the original body bloodline, but it is very dangerous. I am also thinking of a way. If it doesn't work, I will change Sci-fi's body to let her get rid of the curse forever, Austin said with a gloomy face. Changing the body is a helpless move with a very low success rate. Dragon blood changed Xi-Fei's evolutionary path, not only the body, but also the thinking has undergone irreversible changes. If changing the body can avoid the curse, it would be too much to underestimate the life level of the dragon. What is your method? Tell me. I can't tell you for now, it's just a hypothesis, I'm still studying it. Wayne shook his head. He could pollute Xi-Fei now, but it would definitely not work. He would have to wait. Then, he vaguely mentioned the pollution of the protozoan bloodline and the consequences of changing the evolutionary route. He said that he lacked experimental materials. If Austin was rich, he could recommend him some social garbage. Austin pondered for a moment. I know your character. You won't want innocent people. Ordinary death row prisoners are not worth studying. I can only think of the Ministry of Magic. Isn't the Red Leaf Forest Lunatic Asylum okay? Wayne asked. There. Austin thought about the possibility and shook his head. You can try it, but the magicians imprisoned in the asylum are not normal. They can become forgotten at any time. Their thinking is already messed up. There must be errors in the experimental results. What a trouble. Wayne sighed after hearing this, a little regretful for killing Flora. If he had listened to Odelia's advice and locked Flora in the basement for research, he would have both experimental materials and hot weapons, which would have been a win-win situation. Unfortunately, he couldn't win. Transformation has risks, but also potential benefits. Flora doesn't deserve to taste the benefits. I'll make arrangements for the asylum. Find a few experimental subjects first. You try to study them. Austin narrowed his eyes. If it doesn't work, let the Dark Knight go to the Dark Church to arrest people. There are many ways. Wayne is only responsible for research, and the selection of personnel is left to Austin. He said directly, Flora was killed by me. You don't have to wait for her anymore. Change the person who will execute the plan. You shouldn't kill her. I said, I want this person. Austin blamed her. No matter what Flora did wrong, she shouldn't die rashly. I know, anyway, the person is dead, there is no point in saying more. Wait, is she still alive? Austin's face changed, and he speculated, she is very beautiful, and she is the former saint. You know I want to kill her, so you detained her and transferred her to the church headquarters as the heir of the natural knight. Wayne. Rightward arrow. This groundless suspicion is unreasonable. How can he be a pervert? It's not a question of whether it looks like or not. Austin seemed to have the ability to read minds and saw through what Wayne was thinking at a glance. The two of them pulled back and forth for a while, and then Austin believed that Flora was really dead. Strange, with her beauty, what did she do to make you kill her? Austin was surprised and doubtful, and tried to ask, did she make Veronica suffer? With me guarding Veronica, she doesn't have that ability. Wayne sighed. In case Austin had wild thoughts, and Veronica lost her innocence, it was very likely to cause misunderstandings, so he honestly explained the truth. Haha, Flora killed her own student, and you liked that student, so you killed her out of revenge. Austin sneered. And you still say you are not a pervert? Wayne was powerless to refute, and whispered, she was so beautiful but she died, which is enough to prove that I am not a pervert. Rumors stop at wise men, and Austin would rather not be a wise man in order to frame him. Wayne knew this very well. Since he couldn't wake up a person who was pretending to sleep, he simply opened up and openly admitted that the rumors were true. He said, buy a private library in my name in the West District. I want to use it to house 14 new lovers. The location is relatively remote. I don't want it to be lively or profitable. Why don't you do such a small thing yourself? I don't want to spend that wasted money. X2. Austin snorted coldly, trying to get him to spend money on Wayne's lover, but there was no way. Megan would be arranged to handle this matter, using the young master's pocket money. The two chatted a lot. Wayne talked about the whereabouts of the Nature Knight and that the frozen continent was suspected to be a high-level copy. Pope Ludwig was ready to leave office and boldly predicted that he would be ambushed by a Death Knight on his way home. Senna has a mentoring relationship with the natural knight heir and is very likely to become the next pope. That crazy woman can't do it. Her becoming the pope will only cause war. Austen expressed disdain for Senna and reminded, "Don't treat her as one of your own just because she has given you some benefits. She needs your status as the god's chosen knight so that she can control more power. That's all." As he said that, he boldly speculated, "Let me guess, she gave you some sweet treats based on your lustful weakness, and also expressed her love for you, right?" "You really guessed it right." Wayne was amazed. Although the process was wrong, the result was all right, and Senna did give him a lot of benefits. As expected of Austen, Yingguo is like him, and his mind is not average. "So, you just took advantage of the situation." "Well, out of trust in my allies, I told her some secrets, such as that I am a Death Knight and you are a Dark Knight." Austen stood up suddenly, thought of something, and sat back down. "Don't make such a joke. I know you know she is not trustworthy. What are the conditions for your alliance with her? She told you the dragon's blood curse, for sure it's not a lie that you want to help her become pope." Austen believed in Wayne's method of deceiving women, but Senna was different. There must be other reasons for her extreme change in attitude. "She did know that I turned into a Death Knight in front of her." Seeing Austen's gloomy face, Wayne's lips curled up. "I'll tell you a secret, don't tell the teacher. Senna is already mine. She obeys my words and admires me more than Mona." Austen's body trembled, and he looked at Wayne in disbelief. "What's the reason for this time, the identity of the natural knight?" "Because of love." Wayne eloquently eulogized the greatness of love. "Even an incorrigibly bad woman like Senna will become a prisoner of love when she encounters true love. It's weird to believe you." X2. Austen was so curious that he wanted to open Wayne's mouth and let him tell the truth. After a while, he said, "Let me ask you one last time, will she really not betray you?" "No, she won't even hesitate to let her die." She. After many years, Sena's voice and smile are still before her eyes. Austen's evaluation of her is that she is a great beauty. She only looks at her appearance. No matter how picky you are, you can't find fault with Sena. If a beauty of this level fell into Wayne's hands, her innocence would be lost. She is Xifei's teacher. You, Xifei, restrain yourself and don't let her know." Austen held the ancient silver coin with a very strange look in his eyes. Xifei not only picked up a student for herself, but also picked up a man for her teacher. Well, the name was a bit complicated, and he had to sort it out. "It's okay. From now on, everyone can call each other his own." Wayne raised his eyebrows and said happily, "For example, between us, I call you father and you call me uncle." X2. Austen's eyelids twitched as he said goodbye. "Is there anything else? If not, I need to calm down first." "That's all for now. I've been through too many things recently, and there may be other things I haven't thought of." Just when Austen breathed a sigh of relief, Wayne slapped his thigh and said, "There is one more thing, which is very important. Veronica and I couldn't help but break through that relationship that night." Click. Austen raised his hands to cover his chest, as if he was having a heart attack. He was having difficulty breathing. His hands were shaking. He lost control of one and dropped the ancient silver coins on the sofa. He hurriedly picked it up, not giving Wayne a chance to touch it. He stared at the trash can in front of him with red eyes and gritted his teeth. "I regret it. I shouldn't have kicked you out of London. This is the biggest mistake in my life. The mistake should be stuffed directly into cement buckets to fill the river." The old father was furious. Even though he knew this day would come, he still couldn't accept the bad news. The engagement. Don't even think about it. Austin's eyes were red and he told the trash can to get out of here. He would not give Veronica's hand to Wayne at the wedding even if he was beaten to death by Ziffy. Get out of here, it's annoying to watch. Austin, you're going to regret it. I have the final say in this family. As usual, the conversation ended on bad terms. Megan walked into the study and said, "Master, you should arrange the engagement immediately. The young master has many girls he likes outside. Every day he delays, the young lady will. Just what, wait until he has an engagement, get married, and then go out to find a mistress." Austin sneered. He knew very well that the engagement would not restrict Wayne, but would make Veronica fall deeper and deeper. While it was still not too late, he told Veronica the truth, and Veronica knew what to choose. She should, might, or perhaps knew, right? Austin's face was as dark as the dark night. He felt pain that Veronica was as easy to deceive as he, and he hated himself for losing the bets one after another, giving Wayne the evidence and becoming an accomplice in pushing Veronica into the fire pit. "Megan, what do you think is the success rate of the dark night ambushing the natural night tonight?" Austin's eyes lit up. The knights fought and Wayne died violently. How pleasant it sounded. "Master, don't talk nonsense. The two knights of darkness and nature are in the same group. You are no match for the three knights of death, darkness, and nature." Megan pointed out the reality and advised Austin to quickly make a marriage contract, so that the eldest lady would not suffer in the future. "I can't do anything to him. Master, the heir you chose." Austin covered his chest, his heart ached again. Wayne's house. Wayne unloaded the big and small bags from the car, and saw Chris waiting at the door. He raised his arms and picked her up, turning around twice before putting her down. "Chris, how did you know I was back?" "I asked the housekeeper, and he told me." Chris smiled. Wayne nodded secretly and looked at FLA, who was packing his luggage on the side. The latter put one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "FLA, Miss Willie also asked, and my answer is that you will not be home until the day after tomorrow." Wayne, "Well done." FLA, Ms. Philomena called to ask, "You will not be back until 5 days later." Wayne, "So professional." FLA, and Secretary Mona, "She has been in the detective agency these days, she is very good, and she is dedicated to managing your assets, Master, you should go see her." Wayne, "I'll do whatever you say." Wayne was filled with emotion. Without FLA, he wouldn't have been able to manage time at all. FLA was so good. Without this housekeeper, he didn't know how to live. Just as he was thinking about it, Chris kissed him on the face. Wayne lowered his head and rubbed Chris's cheek. He smelled the longing coming towards him, and his heart warmed. "I'm tired from the journey, and my body is covered with dust. Let me take a shower and change clothes. I encountered a lot of things on this trip. I'm ready to stay up all night. I'll accompany you tonight to talk slowly." Chris nodded, took the briefcase from Wayne, and followed him into the bedroom like a wife, and prepared the bath water in advance. After not seeing each other for more than 3 months, Chris thought about her day and night, wrapped in a bath towel and lying in the arms of her lover. Wayne was about to say something, but was blocked by Chris. She didn't care how thrilling this trip was. It was enough to know that the man was back and by her side. After a moment of kissing, Wayne said, "Veronica gave up and didn't become a saint. She still wants to play with you and your Willie." "Just me and Willie." Chris blinked and said faintly, "Can't you two siblings be more rational? You know you will make mistakes but you still refuse to give up. We are really not siblings. We will be in the future. Before, you had to ensure your purity to participate in the selection. Now you have no excuse." Chris gritted her teeth and grabbed the quilt to cover herself and Wayne.